All right. And we are ready
As
to go.
always, I begin the video by asking the people if they can hear everything okay. Because the mics hear everything perfectly fine. Everything is being recorded right now. Everything is good. Thumbs up. But
Yay.
people know. Because there were like 5 of y'all. All right, we got one yes. All right, we're good.
We're
Everything's
going.
fine. We never have to ask this question again. All right, let's go. On the screen, the people can see and hear, though I can't hear because I'm watching the preview screen. But I know what the title screen of Chorus is like. It's slightly yelly. So you all can enjoy that.
Yeah? Wait, where am I going? Oh, yeah.
Where are you?
I discovered there was a a chain quest that I completely missed somehow, so I'm going back to do it. Remember how you talked about how you worked very hard to get the pirates on your side? I'm like, I'm ahead of you, and I never did that fucking quest.
Oh, you never did that quest line? So this is why I'm behind you. This is Chorus, everybody. It's a space game. I'm sure you'll be able to see plenty of gameplay later, because if Lucky is doing the pirate quest chain, he's going to have to do lots of shooting and drifting and stuff.
Well, I'm on my way to the gathering right now, so I don't know.
You have to do some stuff.
Okay.
But, I've seen this game bill itself in several places as an open world game, and it's pretty true, because the maps are usually just wide open spaces you fly through, and no matter what you do to fly somewhere, stuff just happens. So I complete this game like I do most open world games, where the moment I run into an activity, I stop everything I'm doing to go do that activity, because I will never find that activity again. So yeah, I'm well behind you. I'm still in the... Technically, it's the third map, but the second planet area, Amarok. I just, last night, wrapped up the third quest for getting ready to destroy the rift. I gotta go do that next.
Oh, man, I wish I could have shown you that fight, because it's kind of a bitch!
It's a lot of stuff. So, Chorus.
So,
Space game.
It's space.
I talked a little about it last week.
Yeah, no. Now, if everyone knows, Omega's never been shy. He's been a big plane kind of guy.
Yeah, I don't want to say I like flight sims, but I like.
You like flight combat?
Yeah, I like flying combat games.
Yeah, no, because you always talk about Ace Combat and stuff, and like honestly I've never touched an Ace Combat.
I was one of the, 5 people who played Tom Clancy's Hawks. I was not one of the 2 people who played Tom Clancy's Hawks 2. I actually quite liked Star Wars Squadrons. I've always been a huge fan of the space maps in Battlefront games. I try to fly planes in Battlefield games, and usually I am bad. Because those games are more complex. But yeah, I like a lot of fly, shooty space games.
And I like space games in general, and I don't necessarily say no to a good flying combat or space combat game. But usually what makes or break it for me is usually the controls. If you actually get one-to-one flying controls, I'm like, I can't do this. There's all this trying to bullshit I'm trying to fucking pull off, and I can't.
Yeah, I will say, before we go too deep on Chorus, I think there is a little bit of snobbery, a little bit of the old-fashioned, not quite PC Master Racism, because you can get, flight sticks for anything these days. But there is a little bit of elitism of oh, you're not using a stick, you're not truly experiencing. You don't have a HOTAS rig so you can head track your... No, I don't. Am I made of fucking money? No. I don't have I don't play with the flight stick and stuff. So, yeah, there are some games where the control layouts are very clearly meant to be played on the flight stick. They are only good on the flight stick, and I've never really been down for those either, because that's a simulation-y. But I will say I have certainly played some of the games you're describing where you have to do the, you tilt and you actually bank and all that stuff.
Yeah, I know, because in a lot of the games,
You bonk a lot of things in Chorus, by the way.
Yes, Oh.
This is what would we call Hollywood space. Space is full of shit.
Yeah, no,
so you can run into it.
Quickly now. She still can't control her gifts.
And this makes a lot more sense once you get later in the game and you get Rite of the Storm.
I have Rite of the Storm, and it's great.
Yeah. So like I said, I talked plenty last week. So overall, gameplay-wise, as you're doing a game plan, you're doing a boss fight now. Yes, there are quote-unquote boss fights in this. What are your impressions of Korra specifically as an entry into the doing space stuff genre?
So, oh, sorry, I'm listening to Forza, who I do love. He's great.
Considering that you're on your own in a spaceship most of the time, this game does a great design thing where, one, Nara constantly talks to herself, and two, after you get, like, 15, 20 minutes into the game? 30 minutes, tops? You get Forza, Forsaken, who is your ship AI, question mark? So the two of them, like, actually interact and have conversations and stuff. So, and the game does seem to have coding for just when you're at cruising speed, occasionally they'll just have conversations about whatever's going on.
You know where to ask. Goodbye, scavenger.
So you can character build pretty good.
Yeah, no. So,
That won't last long.
No. Mankind's concept of trust is always so fragile.
Starting right off, you were not lying. They literally just said, they literally did, hey, I'm Nara. I'm just a perky young gal living my best life in space. I have this cool father figure, but then he turned evil. He made me do some bad shit, and I hated it, so I ran away from home.
I'm very sad now.
I'm very sad. You think I'm joking about this, but no, that's literally what happens. And
No,
I'm like,
yeah, like I said, I was not kidding when I talked about this. The game opens with a hardcore ass info dump, like full blown, like, hello, my name is Nara. I used to work for the Circle. The Prophet was cool, but then he was not cool. He made me an entire planet once. I didn't like it, so I ran away. And now I'm in hiding. And
Yeah.
of course, what happens immediately? You can't be in hiding anymore.
no. I do enjoy that they give it like I kind of miss my old ship. Like, don't get me wrong, Force is cool, but I did actually like the design on whatever the other ships she had.
Yeah, it had a name that I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't remember. But this is the thing I'm kind of feeling about this game is they really spent, I think, a lot of their budgets on making giant space rocks in these two ships. Like,
Yeah, the models for, I mean, I think that you described them as just, what was it, like gray blobs to me on God of War. I think the models are a little more detailed than that.
they are. But like literally, like look at this. You look at this.
Well, I can't look at anything because I don't know if we're buffering or not right now.
Oh, are we?
In the preview window, I'm getting the loop-de-loop, but nobody's yelling about buffering in chat, so I'm not sure.
I mean, if I can always just screen share with you if you wanted me to. But like,
well, I know what you mean. I have been playing the game. There's
if you catch up with this, like, here's like this base design. It is literally 8 stacks of the exact same thing connected with the exact same things just over and over and over again. I'm like, this is literally someone copying, pasting, and attaching it all in a row. Attaching it all into a row.
Now, obviously, like, some of that makes logical sense. This is, an actual thing we do in our space engineering, and it's pretty common in fiction. You know, modular design, right?
Well, yeah.
But everything in the game is kind of built out of these same I refreshed it and I got it.
Yeah.
Everything in this game is built out of the same recurring modules. All the, like, friendly NPC ships are, like, the same 3 or 4 ships of different sizes.
Now these guys are currently dying, but let me.
A lot of the enemy models are just the same, but that thing that, like, you pass that, like, 4-engine weird tube thing, which, shout out to them. It looks like a fucking ILM miniature from the 70s, right? You know, we just threw some model kits together. But I hope you like the ship design because you're gonna see it a fucking lot. Because I will say, I talked about it being open world, right? Like, everything is, like, you do in your own time and stuff. So, like, you do a lot of pulling up to ships and being like, hey, do you want to go do this right now? You know, X to talk to this person, X to accept this quest. So, and then they just fucking jump away.
Bye.
So, yeah, you can certainly, you certainly have a lot of freedom in when you do things for the most part until you, like, hit a main story choke point.
But the problem is outside the missions, there's not a lot to do besides flying around.
It's open world in the sense that there's these big wide open maps and there's lots of completely optional side quests everywhere. Some of which are quite interesting. But other than that, like, there's no gameplay. That's not just flying and shooting. Like, yes, you can make a couple of decisions technically. Like there's they're not really dialogue trees, but there are dialogue forks.
Mm-hmm.
I think I remember for I think that was that was a mandatory subquest. It was to look for Ree's buddies, where like at one point one of the kids is like having a full blown freak out, and there's deserters, and they're like, "We're gonna leave, man," and I was like, "No, fuck you, dude. If you fucking move, I will destroy you.
Yes,
you are going to space jail."
Yeah, I did that too.
Do not fuck with me right now, okay?
You just shot your mom.
Yeah. Did you eject that guy? Cool. All right, you guys, deserters. If you fucking move, I'll end your entire career.
Yeah. So, well, it is fun. Like honestly, just I'm not gonna lie. Kind of sometimes just kind of flying around is kind of fun. Like I like doing passes on like asteroids, see how close I can get and whatnot. You know, fun's what you make of it. And anytime you get to a structure, you can always ping it, and usually, if you haven't found it already, there's usually like an item in somewhere, and you can like sometimes you have to fly through pipes or tunnels and stuff to get to it.
Yeah, so, there's some credits lying around, or there's like a memory you can find, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. So,
and I will say, this is something I talked about with Star Wars Squadrons, with both its single player and multiplayer maps. Chorus does the same thing. I joked earlier about how space is crowded. In this case, it makes sense. You're in a planetary ring for a gas giant. That would actually be somewhat dense from what we've seen with pictures.
Oh yeah, you can actually see the rings. See the rings here.
I don't know what the fuck is happening in the Amarok system, the next system over, where these giant long strips of lava rock in the middle of nowhere. But it's cool, so I don't complain.
Hey, I need set pieces, yo.
Yeah, so like it does the thing for that. Sometimes people can like get a little too attached to like, ooh, space is big and open. No, none of that shit. Space,
Whee!
For the purposes of this game, space is full of crap. There's space stations everywhere. There's usually like 5 or 6 of them in every map so far I've seen, every jump point. You travel between maps via the jump gates. I talked about this last time, but you've got, sublight engines, cruising speed. So if you need to, go 20 kilometers, which you often do, you can high-speed pass. What's up, guys? So there's plenty of exploration, and like you said, if you scan, which you do a lot, there's usually plenty of stuff lingering around for you to like find and interact with, and usually that gives you the stuff in your back streets.
Yeah. Now, let's see here. So actually, if I want to complain about something here, I don't like the ship systems kind of thing. Not necessarily for the reason that you would think. Okay, so like as you see here, we have 3 weapon types and 3 modification slots. All right, cool. They do actually do a little bit of interesting stuff about kind of differentiating different weapons from different things. Like you see here, I have the Guardian Fang. I shoot it. Oh, that's not the shoot button. It gives you just the that's a lot of bullets.
Yeah.
Then I can, switch on the fucking fly, by the way, to the Shredding Claw, and it gives it more of the, 4-round, these are some big fucking rounds kind of bursts. And it has its own, all have little things and stuff. So that's neat.
Yeah, so there's like, you have 3 distinct weapon category types you can equip. You have the Gatling, which is good for HP bars. You have the lasers, which are supposed to be good for shields, and you have the missiles, which are good for armor.
Yeah. This is my werewolf.
Yeah, I'm about to say I was looking. You got the werewolf equipped, don't you?
Yeah, right now. Which I find them kind of weird. I don't like their I don't like that pause. But
so you go through a whole subquest to get these missiles, and I won't talk about the details because it's actually like really interesting. There's a lot of back and forth with Nara and Forza in it. But the end result is you get a weapon that has a low ammo cap for missiles. Because every weapon system has a slightly different rule. Your Gatlings overheat over time. Your lasers build up charge that they use when they fire, and missiles are similar, but it's not quite the same as the laser charge.
I like these ones because they actually burst into cluster rockets. I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, the werewolf is like, that's the big fuck you. Like that is great for big targets because they have a really slow time. They have a low ammo cap, but they have a wide area burst when they detonate.
Oh, yeah.
And they do a lot of fucking damage.
Mm-hmm. And this is the thing I was getting about it. The thing is this one comes with the set piece, wolf, equip 2 items, equip 4 items, you get, little bonuses. Now, that's cool and all. That's cool. That makes it sweet. You can have a customized weapon loadout. But the thing that was bothering me is I don't know how the fucking rules with these sets work. Because, look here. I have this laser amplifier, this gyro stabilizer, and this ignition booster. All of them are rank 2. All of them have the bonus for Viper.
Yeah.
But, you see this ignition booster, we go to 3, its set bonus is now Wolf. And my rank 3 gyro stable doesn't have the set bonus for Viper. So either I pick the set bonus for Viper and have less damage output, or I go with no set piece and I just completely fuck myself out of that.
Yeah, the way the way they handle gear is a little weird. You can't sell anything.
Nope.
You're stuck with it forever. You can kind of sort stuff, but it's not very good.
Nope.
And it is gear progression is basically your own. Well, it's not your only progression in the game, but your level up system is challenge based and it's very incremental. It's cool. I love mastery, but it's not a big form of advancement. The major way you get big bonuses, you get a decent chunk of hull or shield from shield or hull fragments, or you get these big bonuses from finding a new gun or a new piece, except that I see the Lucky is exactly like me, and instead of fucking around with gear pieces, you just give yourself the crystal boosters for more energy.
Yeah, no!
Because rights are cool.
Rights are cool. And, well, like I said, Senses only cost 1s, but Hunt and Storm both cost 2.
Yes.
And
now, you can shenanigans your way into, free points or extra points and stuff. I think is that the challenge mastery for Hunter is you sometimes get a free recharge if you kill a guy right away after you right to the hunt him. I think it is.
No, that's Apex Predator.
Oh, Apex Predator. Okay. There's, like I said, love mastery. There's a lot of challenges, but one of them is you get a chance to get your energy back. That's cool.
No, and I do actually really love these masteries. Like you said, I've shot a lot of fuckers with Gatling guns, and I'm working on those here. But, Hunter kills someone within seconds of, leaping behind them. I'm very good at that. Destroy 3 enemies within 20 seconds after leaping at them. Yeah. Kill enemies disrupted. Crash landing. This one caught me by fucking surprise. Hit someone with the Ray of the Storm and kill them by letting them crash into something. I was just like, oh.
Ooh, neat.
And it's just, extra damage to disrupt the target. So I'm like, oh, that's sick. Perfect. Oh, there's something I want to actually complain about. I kind of fucked up when I was actually, where the fuck am I going? Oh, all I have is story. I guess I'll go there. I didn't learn how to perfect dodge until I figured it out by fucking accident. Because, oh wait, I'm not done yet. Fuck, I'm still.
Yeah, it's what, dodge in the last possible second, I think.
Yeah. And what they consider, dodging is literally, hang on.
Yeah, you flick the stick, you roll.
Yeah. Ow.
Which, outside of certain attacks, is not super great. I will say that is one thing I've noticed is that, they are...
There we go. I can't do it while fucking in sublight. Duh. I was trying to figure out why I was...
They are,
Where's the last...
Your defensive options are very limited as opposed to your offensive options. You have a repair bot, which recharges very slowly, and you can equip stuff to make that go faster, but of course, why would you do that? You have other cool things you can do.
Well, it's not over here. Where the fuck to go?
You can,
You have shields.
Yeah, you have your shields, which regenerate, obviously. So if you get tagged a little bit, you can, scoot away, and you can equip pieces to make that better or faster. But I think the primary thing I've seen is you can dodge roll, which, like I said, that gets you out of certain attacks pretty good.
Oh, it's over there.
Some enemies you're supposed to, right of the hunt, to teleport away from their attacks, like enemies who throw disruption nets or mines behind them.
Or throw my mines in front of them. I hate that. I hate that so fucking much.
You teleport behind them. So you can, avoid fire that way, but, that only works if you're targeting an enemy, so it's not perfect to, deal with all kinds of things. And then just,
go fast.
Actually get the fuck out of the way. Boost or drift out of the way of attacks. And there are masteries to improve this, but a lot of the other stuff is just well, just don't get hit, scrub. Which honestly is okay, that's how most games go, but as far as I can tell, are there any guided munitions?
Not that I know of. I'm
I
kind
guess
of
technically enemies lock on like big charge lasers that you dodge, but like your missiles are dumbfire. They do not. Well, I think some of them track a little bit, but it's not like proper like Ace Combat style. Like I've got tone, drop 2 missiles, bank away at Mach 4. That guy's still dead, kind of a thing. There's no fire and forget weapons. So you don't have access to like countermeasures or anything. So it's a little interesting the kind of paradigm they're going for. But overall, it's pretty fun. I know you said you loved Space Drift like I do.
Oh yeah, no, it's great. Like we only got a small bit of combat earlier. Once I probably get to this, what the fuck is this area? These are big rocks. As I go to Canuck Fields.
Asteroid belt, maybe? Does seem like between a couple of minutes.
Even I perceive power.
I'm not exactly
It's
sure what the
bright!
greater scale of. I don't know what the greater scale of the setting is. It's weird.
Perfect darkness.
Oh hey, ice
Yeah, it
fields.
is fucking
And it's
bright.
growing.
Nice.
Void's long dark of night.
Because it's like. So we, as far as I can tell, we're all in the same solar system, probably, or maybe not. I don't know. There's weird space magic.
Oh yeah.
You have access to your rights, obviously, we described. As far as I know, it's only the 4. Got,
Well, there's two. Well, you got right of the senses, drift trance. I guess it's technically a right.
yeah.
Right of the hunt, which lets you teleport.
Yeah.
And then right of the storm.
Teleport behind guys, nothing. Okay, so I see there's 2 more unlocked slots.
I know one of them is a fucking charge attack where you literally just clad yourself in lightning and then go explode through things. I don't remember where.
Alright, that's sick.
Yeah, but because you see it in the opening crawl when Nara's doing all her sick shit. But I don't know. I have no idea what the last one is.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's like a super bomb, blow up all enemies on screen or something. Who knows? Who the
knows?
fuck knows? So, yeah, you have access to space magic, and you don't have access to it at the start of the game because Nara says she burned out her rights. She, threw away all her space magic gifts. And so you have to, like, regain them slowly and enhance them.
Mm-hmm.
I
do like that we can enhance
ways
it.
you, like, advance.
I do like it. Basically, you got to find aspects of the right, and when you do that, you get like neat little bonuses. Like my right of the storm now actually can hit multiple opponents. Oh, I thought you were dead. Now you are.
The other thing is like you get like just not necessarily directly right related, but you just get some random upgrades. Like I did a side quest through a wormhole because Forza was like, "This wormhole is spooky. We must go," and I'm like, "Okay, buddy." And then we had to have a very long conversation about some things and some stuff. But at the end of it, it's like, "Yo, we can now pass through lightning clouds and get temporary energy boost." Woo! Which is kind of interesting, but also mostly just like a Metroidvania style block, right?
Yeah.
Because it's just lightning clouds are not everywhere,
Mm-hmm.
But it's still cool. Let's let them play around with some stuff.
Well, they like, as I've noticed, they like to put lightning clouds in areas where you might be doing some crazy combat.
Yeah, where you might need to use storm or hunt a lot. As we discussed, they're a little energy intensive.
Mm-hmm.
All right. But yeah, so the core gameplay is fun. It's obviously, like we said, not like quite a AAA game. They definitely put a lot of work into some aspects, like whenever they actually show. Because you've only seen, I think, on stream, the normal thing they do, which is they either do like in-game cutscenes of stuff. Interesting, new enemy, Swarmy Boys. Where they cut in the speaker screen, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which, by the way, even that is arguably a cheapened asset. I've only seen I think maybe 5 or 6 different portraits of people, and then the rest is just helmets.
Let's see.
Some of which are the same.
Like, I think Sav, Kiram.
There was a random engineer I found in the second area, Amarok, who has a portrait.
Mm-hmm.
That other elder you meet that one time, she's got her own portrait.
Yeah, no, but
it's still not a lot. Most people are just helmets.
How do I destroy this faceless swarm? Ride a storm? That was not the right button. Shit.
Storm is usually the answer for faceless, I think.
I'm trying to.
Well, now we've introduced the audience to a new question.
Ah,
What the fuck is a faceless?
It's hard to make yourself. Honestly, sometimes it's hard to fucking force yourself to roll because it's like fuck. I'm like, god damn it. Okay.
Well, yeah, we talked about this. The stick controls, like they're actually pretty good, but like rolling is you deliberately have to like
Flick. You can't hold.
Yeah,
you have to
'cause
flick.
yeah, because it's that's on the left stick, which is usually throttle up, throttle down, and then rolling, snap roll. But you have to snap it, otherwise it's not a roll, guys.
Yeah. No. Otherwise, I'm just. We.
And then right stick is just point where you want to fly.
Contact.
Good.
The swarm must not get close.
But yeah, so maybe
we
we'll
took
give you the pro tip again.
Oh, explosive attacks. Couldn't you just send missiles?
I mean, I get there may be like Gatlings which shoot explosive bullets or something. I don't know.
I guess.
But that's the so there's two major. Well, let's say there's three typical antagonists I've seen so far in the story. Number one, pirates. You just run into random assholes doing random asshole things and explode them. There's the Circle, which is commonly referred to by literally everybody who isn't the Circle in Nara, and even then Nara sometimes says the Cult. So they're a weird space cult.
Space.
And they have space magic. So they tend to be slightly more complex forces. Like they have a lot of shields and like elite fighters and stuff.
They have big ships too.
Yeah, and they have some bigger ships. You have to carriers and stuff. You have to do some fun little Gradius type shit with. That at least I will say I'm pleasantly surprised and enjoy the enemy variety in this, because there's actually like a lot of things like big and small. No, you guys get to see a memory. The other thing you can do with Right of the Senses is you can get memories and you can see into the past and shit. And then there's the Faceless, which at this point in the game, like I said, I'm earlier than lucky. I'm still not entirely sure what they are. They're like angry space ghost demons, maybe? Like, I think in some cases Faceless used to be people, because that's kind of what the psychic totems do. But also, like, sometimes they're just weird alien growths and stuff you blow up with Right of the Storm, so I don't fucking know. There's weird space magic shit.
Alright, what's going on?
You know, I never thought about it until now, but I'm glad they did give us headlights on the spaceship.
Great prophet, that is true power.
But yeah, so you get a decent amount of maneuverable flexibility. You can drift, you can boost.
Yeah, no, it's like it's
There's a couple of things which are a little limited, like we said.
Like I enjoy it. Like it's very cinematic combat. I want to say. Oh, hey, there's a light trail.
Yeah, I think that's like talking about how there's no like fire and forget and stuff. Like it definitely isn't very like tactical combat.
No.
Like the biggest your tactics get is like, this is an elite enemy. I must, switch weapons for him, or I have to remember he does this special attack thing that I have to avoid. But usually it's just shoot some guys, jump to some guys, shoot some more guys. Am I dying? No, cool. Shoot some more guys. And obviously, like, certain enemies, like I said, have certain tasks, but it is definitely much more cinematic. You spend a lot of time boosting, drifting, and shooting.
I do definitely have some beef with some of the enemy designs, though. The charge vultures.
Yeah.
They have this very annoying thing where they usually fly around and they have a forward shield, right?
Yeah.
But sometimes they'll just fucking stop, like full stop, like on a dime, and just throw up a full shield on themselves. Do you know how many times I fucking just completely blown past them or just ate a face full of mines because they just stop and throw mines at me? I'm just like, God
yeah,
damn.
no, some of the enemies do have these annoying behaviors. Charge vultures will do that thing where they'll stop on a dime, they'll generate a 360 shield, which it still counts as a shield, so you can shoot it with lasers.
It's a stronger one though. It'll count.
And then they just vomit a cluster of mines at you. There's another type of faceless enemy who does a similar thing where they like stop and turn on a dime and just puke mines everywhere, and you're just like, ah. Yes, there are a lot of mines. I do say I will find that. I think that's kind of something that maybe was a missed opportunity, at least so far. Because down on the D-pad, as you guys can see on the screen now, is repair. So you only have the 3 weapon slots, and I don't think there's any way they could expand the controls to do more. I think it would be cool, like, if you had access to space mines, maybe? Like, because enemies will get on your ass, and like I said, there's not a whole hell of a lot you can do about it. Like, your primary tactic is pick up speed by boosting away, and then either just drift around and 180 and shoot them, or then drift around 180, see them, teleport behind them with Right of the Hunt and shoot them. So
I think I'm on, like, unlock another right here.
Oh, okay. Maybe you'll get your charge attack. Yeah, you guys get to see some real space magic shit. So this is another thing I was talking about, right? Like, in a lot of ways, the graphics are very limited, but in a lot of ways, the graphics are, like, really good. Like, this is... They actually got some mocap people to do some mocap work for this shit. And
oh yeah, no, they definitely put like they definitely specialize where they put their budget into.
Yes. So like when they actually do these cutscenes of like Nara magically walking around outside her spaceship, there's never a cutscene of you getting into or out of the ship, as far as I can remember.
Let us free humanity from its selfish chaos. We stand united.
Wow, that's really loud. I'm getting some audio feedback on that.
Maybe I should actually turn down the TV then.
But echo. But yeah, so like as you guys can see from that cutscene, like it's very detailed. Like there's a lot of effort put into like body language, body animations. Nara's facial animations are very detailed. You know, very well acted as well. Like they put their effort into, you know, you feeling what this character is going through, because otherwise the game would just be flying through space shooting stuff. And honestly, the game part of the game is just flying through space shooting stuff. But I do think they do a good job building both Nara and Force's characters to, like, make you care a little bit about them and, like, figure out, yeah, you're gonna get charged. That is a fucking Vanguard charge.
Right of the Star. What the fuck? I love that name. Oh shit! Oh, I'm Speed.
Whee!
Oh god. Okay.
There must be regrowth seals nearby.
I was not ready for Speed. I do not like being told to go very fast in narrow passageways, okay?
Yeah, the game does that a couple of times. They like to, especially for these temple areas where you're working on your rights, to like put you in these boxy corridors and be like, well, learn to fly, nerd.
I'm like, no.
What's that? You fucked up the drift puzzle? Better go all the way back to the beginning.
I really hated the first drift puzzle because they do not give you any. Oh, can I just hit it? Oh, I can. Sick.
Oh, well, that probably makes that.
Wait.
That's probably what we're supposed to be doing.
Okay, so, but I'm out of energy.
High-speed cruise control. Because those are the seals of reformifying.
You basically have to hit them all in a quick amount of time.
Yeah.
Or else. You gotta keep going.
Yeah,
Okay,
this is the recurring puzzle feature of the game, which is you have to figure out how to blow these things up in a rapid order.
Okay, so
we talked about the first drift puzzle. Yeah, is like you.
I'm stuck.
You're supposed to be doing the drift trance a lot, so the game is like, you will figure out how to fucking drift trance, okay?
And you're like, no.
Because it's you know, you're learning the controls and like what you can get away with, and unfortunately, until you get access to Right of the Hunt, there's no like quick teleport, so you have to manually reset the puzzle if you fuck up your drift, which I did several times. Like overall, the game is very good. The controls are pretty smooth. It's just sometimes when the game like gives you specific puzzles or enemies, like they really, really want you to do something very specific with it.
Apparently, turning into a star will not save me from the wall.
Nope. You smash into a wall. I told everybody you smash into a wall.
Oh fuck! I did it again. Again, this is why I don't like having to fly super fast in there. This is one of the reasons why I'm a little leery about space games, because I'm like, you want me to do what in the where again? No, that's dumb.
Yeah, that is something I will say, that's like, if you don't know this, that's an Ace Combat staple. Like, every fucking Ace Combat game makes you do a tunnel flight. Now, it's usually pretty baller when you do it, but yes, it is absolutely nerve-wracking. Don't think on stream I ate shit and died in the tunnel segment in 7, but I did stream all of AC7 to the people. So, you guys can check me out playing that game and see just how bonkers it all is. God, this is gonna be great when I get here. This looks fun. I'm being sarcastic, by the way. I think, honestly, the, like, regenerating seal thing is, like, the worst part of the game. Just because it's so, like... It's not quite pixel perfect, but it's very demanding, and you literally just have to do it over and over again until you get it right. There's no, like, hint, there's no, like, assist. You just, like, you do it until it works. Or, because you're in this narrow-ass temple, until you smash into the wall and die. And you reset that way.
The gate is opening.
Okay, I think I did it. I'm not sure how I did it. I just flew in circles and kept shooting them. Ow.
All right, good job. Well, yeah, I think that's the point. You fly in circles until you charge and shoot enough.
No, but... Like, overall, I definitely want to say the game is fun.
Yes.
And enjoyable. It just has its niggles and... Oh, shit.
It reminds me of, and I think it's in a similar vein, it reminds me of Kena a lot in that way. Like, it's not quite a AAA game, but it's got some really powerful, like, aesthetics behind it. And the creators had a clear vision for what they wanted. They wanted to make a really, like, control-wise, a fun space combat-y game. And they did. It's just that, like, the game... When you play it for the full game time, some areas run a little thin, you know? They get a little stretched out, and you're like, okay, perfect. Like, I would definitely, so far, my experience has probably been like a 7 or 8 out of 10.
Yeah.
Like, plenty above average, but not perfect by any means. I mean, we've talked a little bit about the story as it is. It's pretty basic. There's a lot of space weirdness that I'm curious about, but I'm not, like, wowed. You know, they're not doing anything crazy new to me for, like, oh, there's psychic powers and flying in space and stuff.
I do enjoy space magic.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, like I said, it's not. I don't think anything, like, has any weird missteps. Like, there's clearly a system to, like, what the rights are and what they can do, and, like, they come from certain sources and things. So it's not just, like, a lot of people complain about the problem with certain kinds of technology or magic is you ask the question of, like, well, why doesn't this do blah, blah, blah? In this case, why doesn't this do blah, blah, blah? Because it doesn't, because it's space magic is, like, weird and specific. It's tied to what they call the Elders.
The guilt.
And,
There must be another way forward.
yeah. So, that's new.
Oh, yeah, I think I gotta run from that. Run away! One of the things I am most guilty is I forget to pull back on my throttle when I'm turning.
Yeah. The throttle controls are pretty great. You can I talked about this before, you can full stop in space. Which isn't how physics work, but is great for purposes of gameplay.
Oh, yeah.
And this is the thing you were talking about, right? Like, sometimes people with these kind of sims, they get a little too much into, like, oh, well, you know, Newton's law says that you can't stop in space unless you retro thrust. But it's like, okay, that's cool, but, like, what if I want to just stop? Because, you know, other ships are parked in space and I want to talk to that guy.
You know how difficult it would be if you have to accurately judge how long you have to throw your your braking thrusters to come to a full stop?
Yeah, if you actually had to, like, properly, like, thrust brake in this, and it's not just you just hold back on the throttle stick until you hit a full stop, that would be tedious, and I'm sure that's why they did not do it that way.
Woo!
Ow. How loud he coming. Ow.
Oh, God! You want me to go fast? Oh, wait, no. Teleport.
It stopped following.
Okay, and then...
The walls.
This place must have gone.
And there's a barrier that'll totally stop that for a long time.
Porsa, I was here. Once.
Okay, where am I?
Ran into Smash. There you go, Smash.
Memory
The walls were closing, literally.
must contain answers.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with the temp. Like, it. Chorus makes me ask a lot of questions, I think, in a good way, and I'm just like, I don't know what's up with this. And it's not like, that's so weird. I don't know what's up with this. But it's, like, interesting. The fact that you have access to, like, memories through the right of the senses, right, so they can do a lot of, like, flashbacky storytelling without making it, like, boring. Because Nara does have, like, flashbacks and visions and stuff in cutscenes, but also just... You slow down a lot so you don't, like, accidentally crash into stuff, but you still can move around a lot during these moments of memories. So it's good. I think it's got decent storytelling. I think the couple characters we got are pretty interesting. But it's a nice game. I'm trying to catch a couple hours here and there. I will be talking why this week not been catching as many hours as I wanted, because on Monday when I saw how far you are, I was like, oh, I need to catch up. But then stuff happened.
Stuff happened. Well, I think I've said all I really wanted to say about Chorus, and everyone can just watch me.
Stay clear.
Yeah, if you guys want to see more Chorus gameplay, here's Chorus. Yeah. It does have a couple of different varied environments, like we said. It seems like every system you go to is like actually supposed to be different. You know, this one's icy. Strega is like the rocky rim, stuff like that. And somebody asked, and I think we talked about it a little bit already, but we can also still say, somebody asked, is it all space combat? Yeah, basically. Like I said earlier, if people weren't here, you can sometimes make dialogue choices. That's like mostly narrative to like how Nara responds to things, and I presume it will like come up maybe with like how side quests are phrased later or some ambient dialogue. Ooh, 2 birds, nice trophy.
Shit. Never got it off.
Ah! But it's a fun little game. I'll be sure to play some more and see some more stuff. Definitely makes me wonder. You know, I hope it's done okay, so it can we can get Chorus 2 maybe, or something similar by the devs. Because there are some iterative improvements that can be made, but overall it's pretty okay. There. Well, so if Lucky has no further Chorus commentary for now, we continue to just fly in space and shoot faceless.
That's gonna be my life here for a minute.
We'll go ahead and mention the thing that happened suddenly and mysteriously in the middle of the week. Why I did not clock in as many hours. Of course, because I have been clocking in my hours in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. So this was announced a while back. I think it was at some like Tokyo. I don't know if it was literally Tokyo show, but like some kind of Japanese gaming conference. Konami was like, and we're working on like 3, actual Yu-Gi-Oh! Video games. Some of which are more casual than others, but the big one that everybody's been waiting for is Master Duel, which is supposed to be modern free-to-play simulator of the card game. So it will be the real rules, unlike the mobile game they've had previously, Duel Links, which is modified version of the rules to be a little more like casual and approachable. And honestly, I feel like it's designed more for people who are fans of the various anime series. Whereas Master Duel is more for, the general card game fan pool. And so a lot of people have been anticipating it. There's been a lot of questions of like, ooh, what's the monetization model going to be like? Because it's supposed to be free to play. What's this system going to be like? How is it going to play? What's the card pool going to be like? And so Konami had said it would release sometime in winter. Coming this winter kind of a thing. So everybody was just waiting and waiting. And then on Wednesday, I think it was Wednesday night. It might have technically been like Tuesday night, early Tuesday morning. It just happened. Like, it was just on Steam all of a sudden. And the servers were in maintenance. And then later that day, or like technically early the next day, it went live. Just no like release date trailer, no announcement, no fanfare, just no shit, it's live. So based on the way certain things are in the game, that leads me to believe that this may have been an accident.
Really?
Yes. So in the game, there are a lot of, like you'd expect from a modern game with microtransactions, or at least with a currency system you can buy with transactions. There's a gem system, like, it reminds me a little bit of Genshin almost in that way. Like, it's got a gem system for, like, gacha style purchasing and all that extra stuff, a currency you can convert real money to.
Mm-hmm.
But its production values are way higher than you associate with a lot of the classic gacha type games. Like, it's got some stuff I'll talk about. But so there are cosmetics you can get, like icons and what they call mates, which are these little buddies that hang out on your screen. Cool. Most of them are like classic Yu-Gi-Oh monsters, The one they start you with is Rescue Rabbit, which we've posted before because he's, there's many jokes are there. You can get a classic monster Sangan. You can get a Dark Magician to hang out with you. You can get, lots of other famous cards, some of which are meanie out there and so on. But also you can obtain mates such as Car and Rollerblades and a Soccer Ball. Unless Konami is doing some weird-ass trolling, pretty sure these are supposed to be like placeholders for stuff that was like generic assets they had in the engine that weren't supposed to be in the real game, but they are now. I mean, they're tied to like missions and stuff, so maybe they're not full placeholders, but like it's definitely weird. Like, why the fuck is just a car a mate you can have? And it has like animations where it like rooms a little and it makes like sounds, but like why? It doesn't make any sense for Yu-Gi-Oh. So like I said, I think some of these things were like engine test stuff. Like maybe they were planning on doing a public server test and just, oh shit, it's actually live on Steam. Fuck.
I think the car thing is like all systems have avatars always have the basic generic bare bones ones. Like,
yeah, so maybe it's just that they got their asset pack for this engine. It's built in Unity, so maybe they got like some generic Unity assets and they were just like, fuck it, we'll leave them in,
Yeah, because like even in get off. Like thinking about even like an object in motion will stay in motion. Talking about like PlayStation, like you think about like PlayStation, they have a bunch of just basic ass bitch ones that no one wants to use because they want to rep their fucking whatever thing they have, but
yes, they want to spend 99 cents and get Medusa. Yeah.
I mean, I got a Tomomo for that exact reason. I know what I'm about.
Yeah, I think I remember that conversation. I was just like scrolling through Extella stuff in the store, and it was like, "Yo, they're avatars," and I was like, "Lucky, yo, check this out." And you were like, "Oh yeah, fuck yeah, I'm a Tombo now." But yeah, so it could just be that it's a generic asset pack they didn't take out because why bother?
Yeah.
But like, there's still some other stuff. Like I said, it feels a little bit like maybe they weren't quite at full polish.
Mm-hmm. What if that happens? Like, I do find it like super weird that there was no actual release date or announcement.
Yeah, it just happened. It went on Steam. The servers were in maintenance, and then they were just like, "No, it's real. It's available everywhere."
So like it might have been like on. Let me see here.
Because this is first of all, it's Konami's probably biggest release. Like, it has way more playtime on shit like Steam and Twitch than Duel Links ever has. It's been trending off and on Twitter for like 3 or 4 days now, like since launch. It and Tifa have been constantly trending for the past several days. We may or may not mention that story, but I don't think we have to. We can just have a hearty chuckle. So like, this is like a big tentpole release for Konami, and I'm sure it was planned that way. So like, the fact that the launch was so scattershot seems a little weird, right?
Right.
So aesthetically, guys, this game is fucking amazing. Like, for a Yu-Gi-Oh simulator, it is so like visually and auditorily reactive. The OST is crazy. I've seen several people tweeting about it. I'm gonna talk about this myself. It's a little small for like a big release game. There's only so many tracks, so you will hear all of them. But all of them are like really good and like intense. Like there's kind of like dark orchestral music. There's some Egyptian influences because of course there are. There's a lot of choral pieces with vocals. It's dynamic, so it goes from like normal happy music to like, oh shit, somebody put a big bungus on the board. That's an important monster. The music like ramps up in tension. Oh shit, your life points are low. The choir's going crazy, right? Mm-hmm. Like it's got all those elements to it. And like I said, the graphics are like very interactive. When you play cards, you fucking slap those cards on the board, and if it's a big monster, like it's got high stats or it's a powerful card, it slaps hard on that table. There's a weight to it. If you're summoning an iconic monster, it has a little cut-in animation where it's like card art shows up. So, you know, so even if you have no idea what that monster is, when that card art does an insert, you're like, oh shit, that card's probably important. It's got art and everything. This happens with iconic spells as well. Like if you play Monster Reborn, the little icon shows up. Does a little effect. As one of the player loses life points, your game board gets like cracked and broken down, right? So like at a glance you can tell, oh shit, that's not good. Like everything just flows so well and is so fluid. You can track a lot of stuff. It has a spectate mode. They're actually encouraged to watch Duel live, where you push a button and you watch an archived high-level match, and you get gems for this. And when you're watching, you can follow along pretty easily because you get to, like, when you see, you know, somebody plays at a board, slapping cards, you know, the music's going crazy, graphics are everywhere. You can follow it without even reading the cards and understand, oh shit, this guy's popping off. It's bad.
Mm-hmm.
And then, you know, the guy gets shit blocked in. The way that, because Yu-Gi-Oh! Is very important about chaining. That's one of the core mechanics is, you know, the chain. One person activates something, you get to respond, and then respond some more. So it goes through this whole, like, chain link this, chain link that, you know. Goes through this whole graphic, and then it activates resolve, so you can perfectly see what order everything's going to resolve backwards up the chain, which is sometimes confusing to people in Yu-Gi-Oh! It's something that people don't always understand. So it's got all these great, like, visual signifiers, audio cues, other than the generic assets, all the, like, little things you can get, like, and it's got all the kind of cosmetic shit you'd expect from this. You can get different card backs, card sleeves.
Oh, sick.
They're called card protectors in the game. You can unlock different deck boxes for what your decks are, which I don't even think other people see. It's just for your own amusement. You've got the mates, obviously. You can get your little buddy. You can unlock different dual fields. So, like, you can get access to, like, a dark spooky field or, you know, a volcano field and stuff. And you have, you know, obviously your player icon. And your little stat card has, like, a monster art on it. Some of these options in the shop are a little limited, but there's plenty more you can unlock through various features. So, like, it's got the full breadth of cosmetics. If you want to spend them, they're not super expensive. Speaking of which, actually, the other thing about this game is, besides just being, you know, a good playable Yu-Gi-Oh! Simulator, is it's very free-to-play friendly. So, you might think, how the fuck is a trading card game simulator free-to-play friendly, Omega? Well, let me tell you. So, first of all, it has a system that is great. It's got a crafting system. You get a card you don't need. You can dismantle it for generic points. The ratio is usually 3-1, but if you get, like, a special shiny foil finish, it's worth more points. That's like 2-1. Or even 1-1 if you get the rarest finish. But you can dismantle cards you don't need to get generic points. You can turn into any card of that rarity. You need some fucking generic-ass staples. You need that boss monster for your deck. Just dismantle some crap you don't need and don't want, and you've got it. You can make it. And so, hypothetically, if you just free-to-play farm gems and open packs, you'll eventually be able to just dismantle all the shit you don't want to build a deck you do want, right?
Right. Which
is a great system. A lot of people have been praising it. You also can just get the raw points. There's a system called the Duel Pass. You start with the basic version, and you can pay 600 gems for Duel Pass Gold. And basically, as you play ranked matches with people, your Duel Pass level goes up. But as it levels up, you just get generic points that go into your point pool, so you can craft cards. And so you can obviously you can craft any card in the game except cards that are currently forbidden, because it has, you know, the forbidden limited, semi-limited list.
Mm-hmm.
So that's pretty good. The other thing is, now this is kind of like hit or miss for some people. I will say I kind of like it, but I kind of understand their complaints. I hope they maybe fine-tune this a little. So when you want to go into the game, you've got a pack system, because of course you do. It's Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, it is.
It's a literal trading card game. You have to buy card pack. So there's a couple different ways you can do this. First of all, they have a incredibly generous system when you start. When you start the game, there are 3 like one-time only open packs, and each of these is one-time only, so you get to open them all. They are discounted. It normally costs 1,000 gems for 10 packs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Pretty typical economy in these gacha-style games. These special packs, these one-time only packs, are $750, so you get a 25% discount, and you get one copy of an ultra rare staple card with each of them. So, this is a great deal. You literally get 10. You get 10 packs for cheap, and you get a staple that you will want. You get other staples through solo mode. Like if you just do the tutorials, you get access to some pretty powerful one-ofs in the game for free. For like nothing. So like it starts you off with some pretty generous stuff. And so when you open these packs, you unlock cards. You open 8 cards in each pack. Cards have a rarity from normal to rare to super rare to ultra rare. And then they can be foil finish as well, or as normal, non-foil. And there's some like graphical stuff I don't quite understand, but you know, usually the packs like glow and sparkle and are super shiny and stuff when they're good. Really great on that dopamine button, you know? Like, absolutely. I've opened several packs on stream. If you guys want to see any of the stuff I'm talking about in action, I streamed it for 2 hours right away when it dropped, and then I streamed for about 5 hours on Thursday doing solo mode and ranked stuff. So, like, there's some stuff out there you can check out if you want to see what I'm talking about. And pack opening is very popular and very, very full of dopamine, very shiny. I love it. So, you open packs.
Is now, this my buddies?
Ooh, there's some nice buddies. Got some friends.
It's like the one Elav, the historian, used in the Stega system.
Blue.
But why here?
I don't know what that means.
I don't know. I'm hoping it's Dave.
But there is a little bit of weirdness with the packs. So obviously you get these generous, super cool starter packs. But otherwise, what you can get is there are a couple of like semi-permanent sets. They say they'll rotate out in like a month or something, which include a fairly limited card pool, and then there's just what they call the master pack, which is just all 6,000 cards in the game. There's like 6,750 cards, just all in one pool. It's like Rolling Story in FGO, right? Like, it's just fucking everything's in there. But if you pull a super or ultra rare, and that is not like a generic tech card, and not always, sometimes generic tech cards are in what they call secret packs, but you will get a key for something called a secret pack. A secret pack is basically like a raid up.
I remember now.
You get a key, you unlock a secret pack. The secret pack lasts for 24 hours, which is the weird thing. You only have 24 hours of this stuff. It's your drone buddies, isn't it?
No, it's not my drone. It's a different one.
It's different drone buddies. Damn. Terrible shame. The drone mission was adorable, though. So, but the way the secret pack works is the secret pack is still packs of 8 cards, but the back half, the last 4 cards, are on rate up. They will only be from what the featured cards of that specific secret pack is. Depending on what like archetypes or themes you're working with, secret packs can be like 2 or 3, or sometimes, especially if they're tied to anime characters, but also some popular stuff as well. They can be just that card theme. So you can fairly strongly guarantee you will start getting a decent pull. And if you craft a super or ultra rare of that secret pack, you get the secret pack key. So if you want, you can always, if you've got the points anyway, you can always create a secret pack to get started. It does have a pity system as well. If you open a 10 pack and you don't get at least one ultra rare, you're guaranteed an ultra rare in your next 10 pull.
We must stay close.
Which I've only had happen a couple of times, and I've puked a lot of gems at this for free-to-play stuff. So, like, it's a very generous game. There's a lot of decks people are building for cheap and getting in there. A lot of popular things. I'm hearing a lot of people returning to it after being kind of, like, out of Yu-Gi-Oh! For a long time because it's, popping up all over Twitter and Twitch and stuff. There's YouTube videos and whatnot, people doing deck lists. So I think it's pretty approachable. I would not, go so far as to full-blown be like, oh, even Lucky could grab it. Because, on the one hand, yes, there are dedicated secret packs. You can build either Pure Dragon Maids, which is a deck I'm currently working on building, or Dragon Maid Lunalight.
The Prophet was always very protective.
Perspective, let me grab Lucky what Lunalight like. Some key Lunalight monsters. But both of those are popular in the game so far because their core is usually pretty cheap and low rarity. So this is the big monsters in Lunalight. like cat dancer. So that's that. Like
Cute.
Cute anime cat lead. So like, yeah, those are all like accessible and good.
There's the other drone.
What the frick is happening? I look away for like 5.
Excuse! Ah! That was not the drift button. That was the go really fast button.
And that was boost. So that was charged.
Yes.
So like, there's that, but also like, so there is an AI mode they call solo mode where you play through certain brief stories about certain card themes, and you get to play with loner decks and practice the archetype.
There's the other drone.
That said, I've had some experience playing them. Those are very,
Contact.
like, a lot of them tend to be like kind of obscure, and it's almost like a challenge mode. Like, they do some very interesting design with the decks you have to play in AI mode, something I complained about with the other major Yu-Gi-Oh! Simulator game, Legacy of the Duelist. So, like, that's not very fun, and I know, Lucky, you would not want to play ranked.
No.
Not even at, like, the low levels. Like, when you go to the early mode, it's like the Wild West. Everybody's playing their favorite pet decks, and it's just... meh. But at higher levels, like, people are actually getting pretty serious. Some people have been whaling since day one, so, like...
Didn't I hear something about Korean or Asian players, or just...
Yes, a lot of people noticed that they're, because that's the other weird thing about the game. The game is worldwide. It's everywhere. The ban list they use is a weird mashup of, like, historical ban lists for both the TCG and the OCG, because the trading card game, the TCG, is the Western release. That's, you know, the Americas, Europe, and that kind of stuff. That operates on a different, like, ban list than the OCG, the original card game, which I think is just Japan and Korea, because we have like different release setups and syncs, and also just the guys running the OCG are animals, and they think some cards are okay when they are clearly not. Internet, you'll hear many people complain about 3 Max C and Master Duel. So this is like a weird mishmash of several of those. So it's kind of its own unique beast as far as the
Ooh,
the
4.
Forbidden and Limited list goes.
Yes.
So you've got some interesting choices in how they're mashed up, but yes, a lot of people noticed, because I think it was the way it released over like in the morning, or like the maybe like the late afternoon in like Japan and Korea time zones. So a lot of the ranked ladder was people with Korean character names like right at the top with really, really try-hard decks that they probably wailed for. I think that is even out with everybody now has access to whaling and net decking. And yes, the game has a built-in net deck feature. You can search publicly saved decks and just copy them and fill them in, because you can add cards you don't own yet to a deck list so you can fill it in later.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's really aesthetic and, like, very well nice and pretty easy to follow.
It really seems like Konami's really put a lot of effort into this.
Yes, there are a couple of issues. I will say, if you're just going to pick it up casually, I think there's 2 things. The UI can be a little opaque.
Whee!
Like, most of the time you can follow what's going on, but sometimes in, like, deck edit and stuff, they use a lot of, like, symbols that they don't explain. There's not, like, a help button to be like, hey, what the fuck does this mean? So, like, several people our first day, because our Discord community has taken to it like a fish to water. Everybody in Trad Games is yelling about it right now.
There are a lot of kids who like purple crack here.
Energy cells are scattered around this area.
And both of those streams I did like on our channel did pretty well. Probably because it's, you know, the new hotness, but like we'll see if they slide. But you know, it's there's some crossover. But there's actually a filter, so you can filter cards you don't own versus cards you do own. Unless you press the button to do that, I don't know how you'd figure that out, because it's just a weird symbol of a card like a card border. So there's a little bit of opaqueness. The other thing is, unfortunately, in online, when you're playing ranked, the game is kind of slow. For some ungodly reason, Konami has given both players, you are on a timer. There's a turn timer. It's an 8-minute turn timer. It's 480 seconds.
Good.
So there are a lot of jokes in Yu-Gi-Oh about playing solitaire. The other guy like takes 10 minutes to do his whole turn, and then you don't do anything. Some decks do actually do that. That is not like the entirety of the game, but with the way the formatting is and the fact that, like I said, this game is worldwide, there appears to be no filter to like catch like your ping or anything. I have been randomly matched up with people with Korean names, with Japanese names. God knows where else I'm like connecting to people all over the world randomly in ranked ladder. And you get some lag and some disconnect. And the game doesn't really do anything about this other than like give a little flashing Wi-Fi signal over a player to let them know that like, these people are like out of sync. We'll fix it. So if you go into ranked mode, you will have some slow games because the other person has a lot of time to work. The game like connection is physically slow, and there's a lot of manual confirmation, which is both good and bad. Like, let's say you're gonna like make a combo monster that needs like 4 materials. You're gonna like do 4 monsters on your board to make one bigger monster, whatever format that is. You have to individually pick each of the 4 targets on the field, even if those are the only 4 targets you can pick. Now, for some, when it's like you have to pick exactly like say you're gonna like, I'm gonna play a card, I'm gonna take exactly 5 cards in my graveyard and put them back in my deck. The game will be like, all right, pick 5 cards. You don't have to confirm individual ones, but for a lot of stuff, you have to confirm individual cards. So it can be a little slow, especially like I said, when you're online and like, you know, maybe your opponent plays a card, he gets to search through his entire deck for like 1 card of a certain type and pull it out. And you don't really know, is your opponent like slow playing you for a cheap win? Like, are they waiting for you to just fucking surrender and start over? Or are they actually working? I would kind of like if I could see the other guy's timer, so I could see his turn ticking away, because you can currently see only your turn timer. Like, I would just love to know if the clock is ticking for the other guy, and also 8 minutes is way too fucking long. Like, I know Yu-Gi-Oh turns should be long, but make it like a 5 or 6 minute timer, guys, please. It's like I would like my opponent to feel a sense of urgency, and if he can't complete his combo in 5 minutes, fuck him. Like, I don't care. That guy can have a negative play experience. It's okay. But yes, I would love to be able to see my opponent's timer turn down. So like, I won't say the game is perfect. Another thing is it's currently only best of 1 format, which is really weird for Yu-Gi-Oh. Like, Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments are usually played best of 3. And yes, I already talked about how the game is slow. If every ranked game was best of 3, you would be playing one game for like 40 minutes minimum, which is not great. But also, a huge chunk of the Yu-Gi-Oh card pool is only good in your side deck. Only good when you're playing best of 3, and you can switch to cards that counter certain play. And you will never put those cards in your main deck otherwise, because they're only good for countering certain decks. Like, legitimately, what I have done when I have faced decks that just hard counter mine is I just see, oh, that guy played a card, that stops my entire strategy, I don't have anything in my starting hand to do anything about it, yeah, I just fold. Fuck it, I'm out. I will say, at the very least, there's no penalty for just outright surrendering. Like, you don't get any benefits either. You get pity points if you let your opponent kill you, but for most of the time I just surrender when it's over because it saves time. But at least in the, like, where I'm at in the ladder, I'm currently in silver. I think it goes all the way to platinum 1 is the toppest, yeah. And there's like 5 grades in each, so you progress through. So I'm like in the middle ranks. It's just easier for me to fold and I don't take any penalty. So I don't know if that gets a little more strict when you get to like gold or anything, but it's a little slow, could use a little polish. I mean, my primary frustration right now is just with the way the card pool and card design works is because it's so accessible to build your own pet decks. I have a complaint I've always had with Konami about, well, it resets at the end of the month, so I assume Platinum is the top. Maybe they'll add like a diamond if too many people get Platinum too fast, but like, I think they're just going to wait until like the end of the month and reset it. But yeah, my general complaint is just Konami clearly loves or thinks certain archetypes and themes of cards are more marketable than others and gives them all the cool shit. And it's not the decks that I like to build, so I am usually slightly nettled when a Blue Eyes player gets to make one of his like 5 monsters that can't be targeted or destroyed by card effects. Cool. That's great. That's so fun, Konami. Where's my monster that does that, huh? Doesn't exist. Well, actually, it does exist. I play one of my most complete decks that was very easy to complete is Red Eyes Black Dragon, and yeah, we do technically have a monster like that, but he is currently banned in the game, so I cannot make him or roll him because Red Eyes Dark Dragoon is kind of a pain in the dick. But it's so weird, Lucky. Like, you wouldn't understand the specific cards at all, but like, let me tell you and tell the audience if you don't know, the way the ban list for this works is fucking bonkers. Like, there are card combos I would never have thought Konami in any form would say are legal. And not even just like limit one, like you can play 3 copies of some cards that have been banned for so long. And I'm like, whoa, it's crazy. The reason why Lunalight is so good is because one of their cards is banned in real life. It's at 3 in Master Duel. It makes them stupid good and consistent. And I have no idea how Konami is like, that's another big concern I think I'll say is no idea what future plans are, right?
Well, that's the thing I should think. It's like, you're definitely saying all these things, but I'm pretty sure, like I said, with like such a, what's the word I want to use? Quick, sudden, out of nowhere release. Yeah. Like they're probably trying to gather like as much, like they might be all like, well, we're here now. What do we do? And someone's just like, gather statistics.
Yeah, there is an area for what are called event duels that's currently locked. There's nothing in there. So, like, they must have long-term plans for, like, events and stuff. Mm-hmm. And they have not... I will say, the game doesn't have cards from the last couple of sets that physically came out in the physical card game, because those were in the last, like, year or so, so I bet the game developers didn't have time to, like, test and program all the effects and put all the assets, you know? Mm-hmm. So, like, they clearly have some path forward into the future, and we don't know what it is. Like, we have... they posted a feedback survey, like, right away.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So, like,
guys,
if
I'm
you are
right
interested
now,
in this game, pop open that survey, fill that out, you get gems.
Fill that gems, tell them about your timers, tell them about the 24-hour secret packs. Fill it up.
Yeah. Yeah. And they ask about specific stuff like, do you like the aesthetics? Do you think the soundtrack is good? How does it feel to summon cards? You know, how do you like opening secret packs? Are you satisfied with them? Like, so if you have these concerns, they got a survey up right now. Go do it. Get your free gems. Another thing I will say is, by the way, another thing that astonished me, it's probably because it's in Unity, but this is completely cross-platform. You can get it on Steam, you can get it on Switch, you can get it on Xbox, you can get it on PlayStation. And you can play anywhere, right, with people. Right. After I streamed on Thursday, I got in the friend room and did some duels. I dueled Loth. He was playing on Steam on his PC. I was still on my PS5. If you have a Konami ID, a Konami account, which you may need for, like, in-person events anyway, you can link it to your Master Duel account, so you can transfer data. And they call it data transfer, but it's really more like linking your account so it always remembers what your data is. I will say that's another thing, is the English translation seems a little weird at places. Like, some of the dialogue feels maybe a little like we didn't proofread it, like in solo mode and stuff. Like, I've talked about this on stream. In solo mode, they, like, give you what they call a loner deck, and they're like, all right, play this deck with this strategy. Sometimes when the description of that match, they're describing the opponent's deck like it was your deck, or they describe your deck like it's the opponent's deck, and I'm like, this is, like, all the correct words, but the grammar's just a little bit off. So, like, again, it seems like maybe they put this out a little early. I don't know why exactly, but there's a little bit of polish there that could be done. But overall, it's like a phenomenal, like, I think the only bug in the game is some of the Korean alphabet characters allegedly don't display correctly. It's in their little notifications, and sometimes the actual, like, when you're in a dual room, whether that's like a just a generic public lobby or you're in a friend room, the spectate mode, like, doesn't run very cleanly. Like, those are the only technical issues I've seen on a broad scale. Everything else, like, runs really good. You know, all your stuff is there. It's completely cross-platform. Advice, guys, if you have a PlayStation and have PS Plus, you can get a free 50 what are called legacy tickets, so you can open a bonus pack. You can get 10 openings of bonus packs. They're not super great, but there are some decent cards in there. Mostly it's just old nostalgia shit that's not any good anymore, because Yu-Gi-Oh! Has a lot of old crap that's not any good that you have to wade through.
Good old creep.
Yeah, that and just it is a power creep, but I argue it's almost like the best kind of power creep because like old shit was like actively bad. Like even at the time, a lot and like so much of the card pool was just pack filler that you just didn't play because it was bad. And weird.
I can't really say anything on that event because I was back in like the only time I played Yu-Gi-Oh was back in the old times like that when cards actually didn't do much. Like we are just numbers.
There were so many vanilla monsters, but if you look at those today, you realize, man, a lot of those old vanilla monsters suck. Why would I tribute a monster for like a 5-star guy who's got like 1,200 attack? That guy doesn't even do anything.
We're done here.
So like you got to wade through a decent number of those, but you can get some stuff out of the legacy tickets, and it's like, let's see, it's 5 10 pulls. They're 2-card packs, so that's like 100 free cards. Just have a PSN membership, and like I said, you have complete cross-platforming and data compatibility. I've linked my Konami ID to my PlayStation account. Oh yeah, you can't dismantle the cards that are free. They're a little bit like the they do give you structure decks, so you can get decks for free that are complete and like arguably okay and have decent staples in them. Oh yeah, somebody in chat even said they're working on mobile versions as well. So like this is just like a really like big Yu-Gi-Oh phenomena right now. If you were interested in this kind of thing, I would say to get into it. I would not, like I said, I would not straight up recommend it for people who have like not a strong history with Yu-Gi-Oh at all. Like if you weren't at least a decent player of the card game back in the day, it's not perfect. Like I think there are some improvements of like, you can do test hands. I'd really like a more streamlined system than going through like all the menus in solo mode and like finding a solo mode duel to like test decks versus people. I would love if there was a like non-ranked like free matchmaking. You can make rooms, but you still have to like create or join a room or whatever. So I hope maybe they streamline the options. There's a lot of people talking about different formats or different ban lists. But all in all, like as a product that they, like I said, just apparently put out with no fanfare, it is doing phenomenal right now, and I highly recommend you check it out. I will be playing more of it. I personally have run into a slight problem where I'm starting to run out of my free-to-play gems, and I'm hitting a little bit of a hill in the high silver at ranked, where like I could use some more spicy decks than what I've been working with.
I think that's the problem though of these kind of things though, is at some point you're just gonna run into the problem of people who are playing free-to-play and people who just solve their problem with money.
Yeah, well, my issue, though, is personal because I have not been playing solo mode in my off time because I was streaming that. I may, like... Because I do want to stream more. Like I said, I got a fairly good response from people about it. Like, getting the views, getting the interaction. Even had some people who were, like, seemed wholly new to the channel and subscribed afterward, right? So, like, you know, that's good for us, but... I may have to do some solo mode stuff, like, in my free time, and then, like, show it off to people on stream, so I can keep getting, like, new gems and free cards and stuff, because my participation in the gem economy is running a little low, and I'm like, I need some new shit. Because you do get, like, logins, and they're running, like, different campaigns and stuff. I think they got, like, a global campaign where if they get enough, like, social media followers worldwide, they get a bunch of free gems. You know, all the usual shit. It's, like I said, it reminds me a lot of Genshin. It's like a high production value gacha game, basically. Like, it's literally a trading card game simulator, but it's got all the hallmarks of it.
I mean, you can't tell me that with raid ups and opening up a pack of that has a random assortment of cards, and you can't tell me that's not a gacha system.
I mean, yeah, no, and it literally says rate up. Like, when you open the packs, the last 4 cards in the secret packs are labeled, these are your rate up cards. And they're like, yeah, so they're like, they know what they're doing. You know, Duel Links was very much a gacha game in the Yu-Gi-Oh style as well. So Konami knows what's up.
The gate is open now.
Yeah, basically, but it's a Yu-Gi-Oh gacha game in, like, the best way. Like, arguably, it's better than the real-life card game.
I'm about to say, it's like, it doesn't seem necessarily predatory because it doesn't seem as predatory, and it's way easier to connect with people and play Yu-Gi-Oh. Because,
And this is, by the way, this is really relevant, not to cut you off there, but the playing Yu-Gi-Oh with people is really relevant because several high-level championship events recently in the U.S. have been canceled because of Omicron. So, like, people are jonesing for Yu-Gi-Oh.
Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, no, I'm hearing this and like, no, this is probably the best thing to happen to Yu-Gi-Oh! In a long time. Probably the same for Konami in general as well.
Yeah, Konami's been taking some L's lately.
Yeah, no, it's like, what everyone's talking about the Activision Blizzard takeover, it's like, I'm still on that bandwagon of like, Sony, just buy Konami. But no, with this, no, who knows? Maybe they'll actually be able to do something.
Yeah, like, it's certainly getting them market share, and I am sure that, like, the way this system works... Sorry, I had to cough.
Cough.
They will have incentives to, like, just be like, just spend a little bit of money. Just spend a little bit. But for right now, it can be free-to-play friendly, or you can just go full Whalodon on there.
Well, honestly,
Full
like,
white
just give it some time. Like, once they start rolling out whatever events, that's when it'll be all like, hey, if you spend some money, you can get this really cool thing. And you're going to be like, I want that cool thing.
Yeah, and like I said, we don't know what events are. Like,
Yeah.
Will it be, like, special solo modes? Will it be event ladders? You know, maybe they'll limit the card pool. Maybe they'll have special ban lists. God, because you can't use it yet, but you have a separate box for tracking your event deck. So you can make decks specifically for events. So, like, I don't know. Like, it might just be events, might just be, like, online tournaments. Like, see how well you can, you know... See how many duels you can win in a weekend or something. So we'll see. Again, like, it's a really good start. There are ways that Konami could fumble the ball, because of course they could. But I think the most interesting thing is the fact that this game is an explosive opener that has a very strong potential for growth.
It's more powerful.
And like I said, if you are absolutely like at all interested in playing Yu-Gi-Oh in this way, check it out. And like, once you get to like high gold and platinum, yeah, that shit's pretty meta. But below that, like, there's a Wild West. I have fought so many people playing weird decks. I got my ass kicked by a guy with a Japanese username playing fucking Machina Gadget. Yes, Axe, I fought your Japanese clone. He kicked my ass with Machina Citadel and limiter removal. Completely pushed my shit in like 2 turns.
Holy shit.
A lot of people are playing what we call one-turn kill decks, OTK decks, where they just put big boys on the board and they try to punch you for all your money, which can be very swingy. But like, sometimes people just, like I said, sometimes people will just fold because they don't have a good hand and it's just not worth it to play through. So you can get wins, and it's just fun. Like I said, I do kind of wish there was some other ways to play besides like ranked and just making rooms for randos. But it's pretty good. I think I've said everything I want to say about this game like twice over. I'm jazzed, guys, in case you can't tell. Like, this is really cool. I've been putting a lot of hours into it. You know, playing a little bit every day. It's got rewards for logging in, so of course you log in, and then once you're logged in, you're like, let me just play a couple of matches of ranked. And then you get mad, and you're like, I'm going to open like 50 packs. So it's a whole thing. But if you want to see it in action, check out the streams on the channel. They have Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel in the thumbnail, and I think in the titles, so just check them out. They're right there. I played for several hours. You can see me do it. A random stream like Wednesday afternoon, Axe had already been playing for a couple hours, so I got him in to talk about some stuff as well, so you can get some perspectives on new things, and then just, you want to see some gameplay. I have noticed a funny thing about solo mode is, I already knew this kind of about Yu-Gi-Oh!, but when they go into like storylines for cards, it's like, there is a solid like 80% chance that the backstory of this card is like, look at this weird eldritch shit that destroys everything in its path. Everything's fucked. All right, goodbye. Like, it's very weird. There are some sillier and some interesting ones though down the line. I'm interested to check out more of the solo mode. And if you want to hear more nerds yell about Yu-Gi-Oh!, check out our Progression Tournament series. A new episode came out this week. I won! For like the first time in like 5 or 6 weeks. I did it, guys. Brought it home. I'm still in the bottom half of the win results, but I have a couple of tournaments under my belt. Thumbs up for me. And yeah. Yeah, I can't believe that. They made Digital Bug a story mode. A archetype that was like immediately put out to pasture it, got like support once, and then just like we thought Konami forgot about it.
You should have sent more.
Profit guards, come in.
Yeah, I stole Axe's luck for once. He was my first round opponent, and he is still statistically the best player in the format. Most wins, not the least losses, because Robin's weird for stats wise. He only plays like % of the games. But you know, I managed to take Axe's protagonist energy and clock in a win.
Burn them all. Let none escape.
It's a massacre.
And I've also heard some other people, by the way, talk about this, that like they want a actual like make your own tournament bracket system. If they did do that, because you can make friend games and you can set up like tables and stuff, but there's no like organized way to like track standings. If Konami could program a actual like basic bitch tournament bracket and Master Duel, I would absolutely run some community tournaments. Like, I assume you just get maybe like gems or points for participating, or just bragging rights rewards. We could absolutely set up some shit on the or weekdays. Actually, we're usually pretty good.
God damn it! I don't have my fucking storm.
Rip. That is one thing I will, to go back on course a little bit, is we talked about how the game is very energy intensive. Sometimes you run out fast and it's kind of bad.
You see, like, I took out that dude's front
things.
shield, he immediately just popped his omnidirectional shield. I'm like, you motherfucker!
Yeah,
You can't just stay...
Got a whole shitload of mines.
My god, I fucking...
Some enemy AIs are definitely, like, programmed and built so that you cannot just cheese them. They do usually give you a lot of dudes with just, like, red HP bars that you can just eat them for breakfast, but, like...
Like, here's the thing, though. I hate these dudes because they stand still. You cannot fly fast and hit a standing still target.
No.
You have to slow down to hit them, and guess what? That means they're just gonna hit you. I'm like, God damn it!
Yeah.
This is why I hate charge vultures the most.
It's
like, all the other ones have, like, interesting little quirks and stuff, and it's all, like the fucking, faceless repair drone. It like, throws out repair drones and fucking, will shield all the things. I'm like, okay, yeah, no, that's annoying, but it never stops and be all like, I'm just gonna tank everything for, like, 50 shots while everyone around me shoots you. Because if I don't take out the fucking charge volter, guess what? It's gonna shoot charging shots at me and throw mines everywhere that I have to destroy or avoid or get blown the fuck up.
And I'm noticing that currently you are doing this in a confined space. My favorite.
So I'm just like, ah.
$40 game, though.
$40. I don't regret this purchase, but boy howdy, I wish things were just a bit better.
It's got some rough edges in enemy design. Like it could use an iteration. I wouldn't mind playing a Chorus 2, like I said. You know, where they improved some gameplay features. But otherwise, a lot of it's pretty okay. All right. So we've been going for a little bit over an hour. While Lucky is dealing with that, I need to take a quick break. It's been about an hour and a half, actually. So I'm going to pause the audio. And you guys can to Lucky yell at fat spaceships, because vultures are very fat.
Your shields are down, eat missiles, bitch!
Everybody.
You slow motherfucker! I hope they were delicious! More mines. More mines. No. No! Rocks! Save me, Buddha! Alright, where are we? Where is this nerd? I don't like this nerd. Screw this guy. Oh, rocks. There, gotcha. Spin to win! Oh, you were just throwing mines out everywhere. Who is back here? You? Who's left? You? Oh, look at this fucking just layer of mines everywhere you got for fucking shields! Fuck! Like, he's not doing anything, he's just throwing mines! He's literally throwing mines at me. I hate that so much! And I have to destroy them. Okay, he's moving now. He's moving. Aha! You're disrupted! Missile!
Good, they're down.
Did you just vanish into a wall?
Abort! Our squads are lost. Everyone retreat!
Run. Hide. You are broken, Cardo. Your end has begun.
Great prophet. The site is secure.
Ugh.
It always has been, but well fought, Rizal. Now you may witness the great ritual. Stand back.
Oh.
Yes, my prophet.
Oh, that was weird.
Let our prophet pass and reveal your eternal power.
Unite what is parted.
In everlasting chorus with you.
Oh, cutscenes.
We have been disparate forces in the shadow.
It's so weird just to know that that's like the big bad right there, and it's just a ship.
Overcome discord and embrace eternal harmony in chorus.
Goodbye!
The prophet. He found a way into.
Yeah, you guys love talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! It looks like.
He's still there.
Okay,
Yes.
I'm back.
And for a brief
I was
moment,
just looking at things,
I
watching
heard
cutscenes, see how everyone is so jazzed about Yu-Gi-Oh!
chorus with the faceless.
Well,
Almost
speaking of
returning
games for the
from
PlayStation,
Yes.
I have another little thing that popped up. We've talked about this before. Audio back rolling.
places of power,
That I have subbed our official YouTube channel to the official PlayStation channel,
unknown,
which means that they post trailers and stuff.
Yeah!
sense the systems there.
And so last night, a trailer flew across my screen, and I was like, what the fuck is this? It was a trailer for a game called Relayer. Or possibly Relayer? I'm not exactly sure about the terminology. It is a space mecha tactics RPG with anime characters.
Then read on.
I saw the
As in
comment.
not like Super Robot, like I mean like anime character portraits.
Oh,
But you know what I
too
mean.
bad, because that's all the comments are like, oh, it's like SD Gundam or Super Robot Wars, and I'm like, this is killing my enthusiasm for it immediately. Listen, I'm not a big fan of Super Robot Wars, and for some odd reason, a lot of people in our Discord really, really like it.
Yeah, there's some very big about it, but there is a trailer. I watched it.
I did
it
too.
is exactly the kind of space mecha bullshit I like. Let's see, was it in the video description? I think it had a release date in there somewhere, not in the trailer, but in the video.
Honestly, what it kind of
Yes.
looked like to me, it kind of looked like almost like kind of a Fire Emblem kind of style of game. You run around the grid. When two grids meet up, you have combat.
Yeah, it is a grid. Looks like a grid-based strategy RPG, but you know your units are mecha. You've got a wide variety of characters. They all have their own backstories. It's got a collection of different audios. All the dialogue in the trailer is in Japanese. I will link to our live chat. You can check it out yourself. Yes, it says at the top of the stream it will release March 24th. Now, I am suspecting, because I have checked Amazon, there is no purchase option. It may be a digital-only release at first, so I may or may not remember that, because sometimes it's hard to track and remember these things. I was quite pleased when Chorus had a physical release, obviously, that I was able to track down right away. Same with waiting on Kina. But, yeah, like, this is just, like, the little things you notice. I'm like, oh, that looks neat. And I'm like, oh no. There's weird, like, evil space robots and your space robots. You gotta check out there's 3 companies. One of them's led by a lady company. You got a lot of different people that do stuff. Somebody has amnesia. Looks like there's a wide variety of different like types of units you can get. Like, you know, one of the robots has a giant sword they hit people with. Somebody's got a giant gun.
They called the pilot an elder.
So I'm like, all right, cool, I'm sold. I'll do this.
He killed his
So
own,
I'm
wielding
tracking that
all
one now.
sorts of powers.
I'm
Yeah,
interested in it, but I'll probably actually wait till it comes out and see what people actually have to say about it.
Yeah, like I said, I'll track it. I'll see.
Understood.
Because strategy games can be, like, when you get, like, mid or late into the game, you can get some bad stuff.
Oh yeah.
You know, you can run into some problems with the balancing and stuff. But, like, overall, just from a watch, I'm like, oh, this is perfect. I love the look of this. But, you know, you do like to see what people have to say. Now that, you know, obviously I can choose to agree or disagree. Like, a lot of the times we see these little games and, like, I look up the reviews and they're usually, like, you know, middling, and there's a lot of complaints like, yeah, maybe story not perfect, or like, the gameplay's okay. But, like even Chorus is like, all right, well, the gameplay is good, but I don't know about the story stuff, and I'm just like, I think the game's journalism sphere is just jaded about everything. Man, this is rad. Fucking space magic, space rift.
I always personally thought that game journalists just have to do this shit way too fucking fast to actually sit down. Do you just chug your alcohol when you want to appreciate it? No, you sip that shit.
That is also entirely possible. The fact that you have to like chew through so much of some of these games to like get complete views and like figure out like what an audience member would want to know like ahead of time, and maybe like crack some you know, some gems or find some hidden flaws. You know, you gotta work on it and be like, eh.
Did you find out who broke through our lines at the Najara?
I remember. I don't know why Mass Effect was trending. I double checked it and just flicked through, and it didn't really seem like big. But there was somebody who was like tweeting about an old story that one game reviewer like played through all of Mass Effect 1 without realizing you could spend skill points, despite the fact that it yells at you about spending skill points. And I'm just like, but when you say it like that, I'm like, yeah, they were probably rushing because that game is like 60 hours minimum, you know. And if you want to actually have a complete review, you gotta fucking bust your ass.
They made Razar an elder.
So yeah, like there's give and take. I think like there are some things that are like when you read it in like a coverage and you figure out later, you're like, or you've played the game yourself and you know they're just fucking wrong. Like being outright wrong is like hard to forgive, but like just general like not grasping everything can be, you know. And who knows, you know, they may maybe they really don't have the time to appreciate just how simple and sublime just space magic is. Just go for it. Just roll with it. I mean, like, technically, if I was in a creative writing class, I would probably have to, like, take some points from all like, studying I did and stuff I read on this of, like, not really... I mean, it's a little bit show, but it's mostly tell, like, that's a little bit of a clunky way to start stuff, but, like, if it works, you know?
Mm.
So I can scratch Relayer off the list. We've chewed through a decent amount of stuff. So I want to, because I blabbed for a long-ass time about Master Duel, I want to pass the puck
All right.
back to Lucky. I know there's a couple of things that you maybe want to yell about.
All right, so I did actually, let's see, what do I have to do here?
But he is here.
So I did actually get back into Horizon Zero Dawn. I realized that it's not on like I find it really strange that it's not on the fucking PlayStation Plus collection. Like I find that like I didn't see it. I looked at it. I looked at it several times
Does it matter?
just to be sure, and I was like, no, it's not there. And I was like, man, of all the games, I kind of feel like Horizon should have really been one. But so I actually had to go put in my physical PS4 copy. Because, again, like, for context, I got this game when it first came out. And I can't remember exactly when that came out, but it was, like, within the same month of Breath of the Wild, and to Horizon's fucking detriment.
Yeah, I recently listened to a podcast about, like, PlayStation games. P.S. I Love You is the name of the podcast. They focus mostly on, like, Sony news and PlayStation stuff. And they did kind of a little re-review because it's you know, coming back around. And they talked a lot about how, like, that was all over the discourse when Zero Dawn first came out because it was right up abutting Breath of the Wild and also, by extension, the Switch itself.
Yeah.
Because Breath of the Wild was the title. And how that really did shape the discourse. I'm kind of actually glad I took a little bit later to play Horizon because it, like, separates it a little bit. But so you popped in your old disc, you fired it up.
Yep, I went and bought Frozen Wilds, and it's like they told me a bunch of stuff, like a whole bunch of updates and stuff, because I hadn't played it in like several years.
Yeah, I believe it was 2017 when it came out.
Yeah. So, hang on 1 second, and go, bitch. So it told me about a bunch of stuff about the Frozen Wild DLC and New Game Plus. I'm like, oh yeah, no, I heard about New Game Plus. This will probably be for me the best way to go, because that way I usually keep all my stuff and I'll be able to go through it, you know, as I please. I kept the difficulty at normal because I'm like, it'll be fine, and I went on my merry way. So right off the back, it kind of threw me jarring. It did not start me off at the actual beginning when you're young, Aloy. It starts you off when you're walking out of the fucking house, and you're like, Rost? I was like,
Oh wow! So I guess it's assuming your new game plusing. You must remember the tutorial.
I do not. So there was a solid hour of me trying to be like, how do I do this again? Oof. Yes, it was very oof. But I got back into the swing of things, and I realized I did remember this game with, you know, as they say, the beer goggles, but not necessarily for the same reasons. But like they're like adjacent reasons, but not the exact reasons that you mentioned. Because I got back to this, I'm just like, wait, combat is a bitch. And because I forgot just how fucking aggressive the machines can get.
Like, oh yeah, no, they get up in your grill.
And like
you fight a medium tier, one of those, what is it, Ravagers, or like the saber-toothed tiger ones.
And no, and there's like
they get on you.
On you and on you and on you and on you, and it's just like, and like we talked about, your spear fighting is bullshit. You get your light attack, and you get your heavy attack. And because I'm New Game Plus, and I was like literally already max level, I think I actually had more skill points than I could spend, so I was able to immediately buy like part of the what they call the Traveler. The Traveler. How do you get in there? I don't know. I'm just gonna fly around. Oh, I see the fucking Rigo symbols. So I had the thing where if you do a heavy attack, there's a good chance for you to knock him over.
Yeah.
Playing this game the first time, I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ, how would I normally deal with these normally? Because the game is bullshit, by the way. I don't know how the fuck people can shoot one arrow and take down giant machines. I'm all like, how you do that? How? Give me your secret. What kind of arrow do you got? Show me your arrows! Because unless you hit like specific weak points, like Watchers, if you shoot them in the eye, like right off the bat, usually they'll get them. They'll fucking get them. They'll go down. But
pretty typical.
It's a pretty typical. It's a big glaring weak point too, so it's easy to spot and set up.
And some enemies have the big fuck me light in the center, and that usually kind of works. But some guys don't.
Sometimes don't. Like when you do scrappers, they have like, if you can get off two good shots to take off their sensor pack and their power pack, they're pretty much done. Pretty much done. But like as soon as I start like, because I forgot like there's a lot of, okay, so there's 3. So there's a lot of little stats, because there's the tear stat and then there's the pierce stat. I'm just all like, oh, okay. So if I want to shoot through something, I need to use my pierce stat. But if I want to knock something off, it's a tear stat. But then I'm all like, all right, but the tear stat doesn't necessarily will tear everything off in one fucking shot, even if I use my best damn arrow. So this is gonna take several fucking shots to do, and I'm just like, I only got like 2 shots before they figure out where the fuck I am, and then we're in the fucking bone zone.
Yep.
And I'm not necessarily against fucking doing that, because I like half the battle is literally in the preparation. Like usually anytime I fight anything big, I spend a lot of time, you know, I highlight its tracks, I set up, you know, traps and stuff. You know, I plant bombs. One of my favorite things to do is I set up my escape route and I just lay tripwires along it. So as they chase me, they have to go through the tripwires, and that usually does a fair amount of damage. But like I said, this is, you know, time in the setup and preparation. And if I set up my fucking traps in the wrong place, they can just like walk fucking over them and just ruin the whole thing. Like there's no way to do like remote bombs and stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh.
There's no fast trap button.
No, I can't hit a button to make a thing go boom when I need it to. No, it's either there's only trap now. So like a lot of things is in the setup, which you don't always fucking get. Like,
yeah, that is one thing I talked about, is that like a lot of the times when you're doing story stuff and missions, the game will just be like, and you fight now, and I'm like, well, fuck, now I suck at this.
Yeah. And again, here's something else I'm realizing. This probably wouldn't have been so much a fucking problem in the so much a problem in there, because I would have less weapons. But God, there's a lot of fucking weapons. Like now I remember why I'm always trying to stick to the rope caster and just beating this shit to death with my fucking spear, because that way, oh, what the fuck is that? It teleports.
Copy. Targeting them.
I would like to zap it. I cannot zap it. Hang on 1 second here.
Fuck is this Grady as boss shit?
I think I'm in a mini-boss segment here, so I need to,
Yeah, I'm seeing it. This guy's doing stuff.
When do I get beams?
Probably like a specific type of laser, like hold down for fire.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen it yet, but I'm sure it's out there. It's not bad. Come on, missed opportunity.
Never stop.
I need to take out some of these guys before they swarm me. Ow.
My current preferred laser type is the one that uses 1 block of charge per. You can fire it a little more rapidly.
Mine uses all charge, but it recharges fairly quickly.
That's pretty good.
See, it's already charged again.
Yeah, the tear blast arrows, the ones that that knock off all the parts. They're pretty busted because you see an important bit of a machine, you stick an arrow to it, and that bit goes away.
Most of the time.
Assuming you can correctly put your arrow on target. It's not like a really tanky component. Some components do actually resist. They're like resistant to the tear damage type.
Mm.
But for the most part, you see a thing, you highlight it, it's glowing, you shoot it off, it's gone. But yeah, no, you're definitely reminded, like, it's not like a 1-for-1, but it's definitely similar thoughts of like, yeah, no, combat's a little tedious. You gotta work at it sometimes, and sometimes the game doesn't let you work at it.
No, that's like, I went to the front, like, this is the thing that, like, this fucking, this is what really cemented this for me. I went to the Frozen Wilds. There's this
But that, by the way, is known as like one of the. It's almost like post game hard at some point.
Oh yeah, but like I said, I was like already had all the skills and whatnot, so I was like, I wasn't feeling too bad. Like I had Silas's spear already, which is hilarious because this is me. Like I've only gotten so far in the story because I was on my way to the Day Tower, like trying to go into Karja Lands and stuff. Oh, it is right here. Go into the Karja Lands. So I'm still like super early in the story. I go up north. I have a Silas's spear, and Aloy was just all like, "Oh yeah, I got this from an acquaintance," and I'm just like, I never actually met the guy yet. I just have the spear because of New Game Plus. I'm all like, that's a little weird, but whatever.
Yeah, that's very funny how that dialogue triggered. Like,
yeah.
If you actually have met Silas, he'll hop in the conversation and be like, Aloy, you don't need to go this way. I think I talked about this before. And Aloy's like, well, maybe I want to find more about you, buddy, because the Bunuk have those weird blue shit in them, and you have weird blue shit in you. Maybe they're related. And he's like, don't you worry about my past, Aloy. And Aloy's like, I'm gonna worry about your past, bruh.
Yeah, but since I hadn't run to Silas, there was no one there. There was just some random ass trader girl who's all like, I'm getting out! But I had a sphere, so I'm just like, heck. But I can't remember what it was called. Was it
like one of 2 spear upgrades with Frozen Wilds? One of like 2 spear upgrades in the game.
Oh, here it
I
comes.
hope they fix that for the, because I don't know if they would give you the mod slots for Silas's spear right away. Did they?
The mod slot? I had to go all the way north to the drone hangar.
Okay, so you still had to get the rail. Okay.
Yeah, I went and got the rail.
Because if I remember rightly from my own playthrough, because I did it in the regular order because I wasn't doing plus. If I got the rail and then I got Silas's spear, so I had 2 mod slots in my spear.
Okay.
And so from the regular rail is 1, but if you did the rail quest anyway, it's probably perfect, normal. A little weirdly out of place, but yeah. And you talked about it. There's technically 3 more guns and 3 more weapons in there too.
Yeah, I know, but it seems like but they also have the other, like, there's one behind me. They have the
this one a lot.
like the blue gleam, so you can get the power shot weapons, which just seems to be like the add-up versions of whatever they're doing for the
Yeah, they are mundane versions of the war bow, the hunting bow, and the whatever the normal bow is.
War bow?
They just have the added feature where you can hold down for extra time for extra power, which is, I believe, how you start killing things in one shot. Is you get the power shot mode. It's a little bullshit. It does seem like, from what I like, this is the thing. If you haven't watched those gameplay, big Sentinel complex thing there. But if you haven't watched those gameplay videos lately, Lucky or anybody out there, as we talk about these complaints, it does seem like Guerrilla has heard you about some of this stuff.
Oh yeah.
Like spear combat seems to be a little more fluid and a little more dynamic. It looks like when they show Aloy shooting arrows, they start with the power shot feature, like you draw the bow back very quick for a basic shot, and then you can keep holding it for more powerful shots.
Oh yeah,
as opposed to the way it works in the default game, where some of your bow draw is fairly long anyway, even without power shot. And like I said, talking about that, like, oh god, these machines are all over me. I can't wait for smoke bombs.
Yeah, because
oh god, there's a giant robot cat trying to eat me. Smoke bomb.
Yeah, because like I'm hoping they maybe tighten up the weapons as well. Because I realize, like, honestly, you probably don't need to actually differentiate between the rope caster and the trip caster. Both of them just fire 2 pegs. One just fires a peg with no elemental damage in it. The only difference is the peg goes into the monster and then into the ground instead of into the ground and into the ground. So I'm just like,
I mean, I don't know. I've done some weird shots with the trip caster. You could do some funny things.
Yeah, but I was saying, like honestly.
But yes, no, that could absolutely be the same gun, and just where you shoot the peg is where it counts, right?
Yeah, like same with like the blast sling. Like I feel like I can understand like the difference between like the war bow and the standard bow,
right?
But because
just because they're trying to separate out the ammo and stuff. And
yeah, no, I'm just like just have a bow and just to make it just have like put your weapons on the fucking D-pad and then just have the radial for your arrows. It'll be fine.
Well, they do still seem to have the weapon radial, but I think it is more ammo-based, because it looks like it's got more segments now than just 4. They're kind of broken up in different ways, so it does maybe look like hopefully they're streamlining that a little bit. I hope they do, because I also had that complaint of, like,
because I literally
constantly fucking with your outfits and weapon wheel is just, like, I get why the game is supposed to be, like, slow, methodical, hunterly, but it's not really gameplay to, like, open up the fucking menu, pick a different weapon, and pick a different set of pants, and, go back to the fight, right?
Right. Like, I say I'm fortunate. I did everything in the game, so I had this is another thing that probably saved my ass. I had the shield mating outfit.
Yeah.
Did you ever get that?
No. I got most of the power cells, but I, like, beat the main game, and I was, like, missing one, and I'm like, these aren't even marked on the map. I am not hunting everywhere to get this shit. I don't need it.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing that I really liked about. I really like the shield maiden outfit because it literally gives you a shield bar. Literally.
Yes, no, I've heard what it does. It's very popular. I believe some people say it's like straight up mandatory on like higher difficulties.
Yeah. So
you will get your ass kicked.
Yeah, and so that thing saved my ass a lot so far, because I'm going back to the story. I can't remember what it was. I think it was a Scorcher in there. You meet a Scorcher, and every attack it does just a claw, and it does fire AoE. I'm just all like, how do I escape this?
Yeah. That mandatory fight you have at the start of Frozen Wilds to fight a Scorcher. I think it's a demonic Scorcher for the first time, and you're like, what the fuck am I doing? Because, no, that guy's just full of AoE. Welcome to Frozen Wild, bitch.
So I was just like, okay. Also, another thing I hope they do whatever their consumable items is a bit better. Like,
yeah, the potions and stuff was a little weird.
It's a little weird. Like, I couldn't. I use resist potions a fuck ton because they do actually do a lot of fucking work. Like,
yeah, in Frozen Wilds I adapted to that because the if you're not super far in there, you might not have seen them. You may have. Have you met a Frostclaw yet?
No.
Okay. There's giant polar bear robots.
Oh no.
That's the Frostclaw. Yeah, they're fuckers. And at one point, you do get like AI help, but at one point you have to fight 3 of those motherfuckers. They're just giant polar bear robots throwing huge chunks of ice at you, and I'm like, okay, I've finally decided, game. I can figure out how to use ice resist potions. It's okay. I'll figure it out.
Oh yeah.
We're good. I'll learn. Because it gets a little intense. Yeah.
So like popping a fire resist potion reduces a lot of damage and stuff, but like I was realizing because the weakness to the Scorcher was frost. I'm like, and in my Galaxy Brain moment there, I totally forgot that I had a bow that had frost weapon, and the other thing I was my Rattler. I'm like, I don't want to use my fucking Rattler right now. It's gonna do dick against this dude. And I forgot, and I didn't have because one of the things you get like little placeable traps, you get like on your trip caster, but there's no frost one. I'm all like, why is there no frost one?
Yeah, and that does. I mean, in the way the elements work in the game, that doesn't make any sense. Like you should absolutely be able to do, because you get what do they call it, chill water?
Yeah.
You get like some kind of coolant or cryogenics.
Yeah, no, so
You can make ice bombs, so yeah, I didn't even think about that, but you're absolutely right. There is generic explosive, fire, and shock.
yes. Technically they call it blast. It's the blast element because the explosion
Yes,
is
I did talk about this. There's too many damage types.
And then there's corrosion, and then it has your fucking pierce, your tear. This is on for for enemies, but they still exist.
And this isn't for you though. You only have to worry about blanket melee type damage and blanket range type damage.
Yes.
But when you're doing range or melee type damage, it's like 4 different types. It's a little tedious. I hope they streamline. It really does look like they've streamlined a lot. Like, Aloy will have access to the polecaster, they call it, which is your little grappling hook thing.
Mhm.
So you can just you can do a quick focus scan to look for footholds and handholds, and you can jump to certain points. She's got something called the Shield Wing, which is at least bare minimum a Breath of the Wild glider.
Everyone loves Breath of the Wild gliders.
Well, I mean, like I said, you can climb up very high in the game, and then you have to like manually climb down. Sometimes they give you fast ropes, but a lot of the time, just being able to be like, and I'm gonna sail over there would be fun. But I've heard a lot of people, and I myself would also hope maybe that it also can actually, because it's called a shield wing, and it looks like it's built out of like a hexagram shield generator. Maybe you can also use it to like, I don't know, block.
I'm kind of hoping, because I realized that the outfit that they're using in a lot of the trailers is the Shield Maiden outfit. I'm like, oh man, if we just get that, if that's just fucking starting gear and you just get automatic...
I do believe they did talk about how they're going to revamp the skill system, and they're going to like have different... Like, outfits will be able to be more than just like passive bonuses. They can actually like give you different skills to like change up how you play the game.
That could be
so
good.
Maybe.
Because, like I said, like again, for me right now, the Shield Maiden is pretty iconic. Because it's actually, I believe it's like actually the same suit of armor that I can't remember her fucking name now, but Aloy's genetic parent.
Yeah, Elizabeth.
Elizabeth is wearing when Aloy finally finds her at the end. Also, shout out to the story. I forgot how much I actually do enjoy this story.
Honestly, the more I think about it, like we've talked about these little gameplay niggles. Like obviously, some people are gonna be open world diehards, but competing with Breath of the Wild and shit, like I think it really is the story and setting that really made Horizon Zero Dawn, and it's really good.
It's really good. Like I was reminded about this at the fucking the Banuk camp, because they have these little sections where you just have a little yellow triangle. You can sit and listen to people tell stories. And
yeah, I think I talked about this. I love it.
Like the and the Banuk tribes was just a dude who had this whole animation where he was throwing like powders on fires to make him go big or blue or whatever, was just talking about how the Banuk tribe came to be, about how their ancestor, found the blue light and, one of the metal holes and brought it to bear against the fucking, against the thing. I'm just like, oh yeah, this was probably like right after the fucking vaults opened, so people, genetic information was still at the fucking level of, was still close to the founders and whatnot, or whatever, like actual people. Yeah. So, yeah, people would have been able to get in there. So they pulled an Aloy, got in there, found out how to harness the machines, came out and be all like, fight! So I was like, yeah, no, but like just listening to the content and then telling it like legends and stuff, I was all like, holy shit, this is great.
Yeah, there's a lot of really good like ambient storytelling and personal character interaction and just like the world building shit. And there's world building questions there. And let's not say that Guerrilla's not into some of this shit. Like their last story trailer they did, of course they have to put in a little teaser. Like it ends with like a pan up to like Aloy climbing a skyscraper, and she pops in, and then there's like a mysteriously like super advanced looking weird blonde lady, and I'm like, okay, so either some technological motherfucker is alive, or like this is like another AI hologram. Maybe it's Minerva. Because all the AI processes are supposed to be independent now, and we know that like some of them have avatars and stuff. So they like mention the Minerva code breaking towers, but they don't actually talk about the AI climate. But it's going to be interesting. It does, it seems like you're going to see some familiar faces. You're going to see some other stuff. When doing, like, story and character stuff, they make sure to mention.
That's why I didn't want to fucking charge, because I don't have enough room to fucking charge in this tiny place. So all I can do is fly back and forth and shoot fucking little tiny things and get nowhere. Thanks, game. Oh.
I will say that this seems to be a recurring negative we're both running into with Chorus is they do give you to force like boss arena type stuff. They do put you in a lot of spaces with fights. It's a little tedious. Speaking of things being tedious, because you go very fast in Chorus. It's a very high speed, low drag game, literally. And then like when you're in like a box, it's not very fun. It's what the heck can you even do about all these lasers?
I can't do anything about all these lasers. I have to try and hit these tiny little blisters on this constantly rotating thing that teleports and will suck me into a fucking void as hellfire pillars come out of fucking nowhere as it continuously summons ad and shoots laser beams at me, of which the ads will also shoot laser beams at me. And then sometimes it'll just suck me into the fucking void.
Yeah, this is some high-level Gradius shit. God, I really wish there was a button to super bomb everything.
Oh man.
But so Horizon, the story is good. Some parts of the gameplay in the first one are a little rough. We hope they've improved.
We really do hope they've improved, but yeah, no. So like, I do have to like walk back on some of the things I say about where the fuck is the exit? Where the fuck is there it is? I have to walk back on a little bit of the things I say about like I did have some nostalgic glances like. Again, like, if you're properly prepared, like things go pretty swell. Like you lay some trip casting, you make sure you have your rope caster around, you make sure you shoot off the weak points or the weak spots, and you can do massive damage, do things quickly. But the moment you're not given the opportunity to prepare or something weird fucking happens, it's just like, well, I guess I die now. Or I get smacked around.
Yeah, and that is an unfortunate aspect of the writing of the game where like the gameplay is so tuned onto this, like I said, this like hunter-y, stalker-y experience. Like you're supposed to size up your enemies, plan accordingly, figure out all your shit, and go, right?
Right.
And if you can do that, that's great. Like I even talked about how like I actually was like, for the most part, fighting like big boy machines was like, no, this is workable. Like even if it turns into like a knockdown drag out, like fighting one big machine, I can usually figure out how to like best avoid everything and do all the stuff. It's fighting a lot of the like aggressive middle tier machines like Ravagers, like even the Scorchers, where like these guys are big and they move fucking fast. And they will get on you. And if the game forces them to get on you, because they do that a lot where you're minding your own business, then it's like, oh shit, machines. Or other stuff like that. You get stuck in close quarters with these enemies and have to deal with them. And it's not... That is when the game is not really ideal. And like, at the very least, the fact that they seem to have revamped the spear combat, like gave you some different animations and some different like attacks, and like added the... What do they call it? Valor charges or whatever. You get a super bar attack. You've got a charge up bar and it gives you a super attack. That seems to be spear based. That seems to be like a really good system element add. What the fuck happened to you there? Did you get stuck inside it?
Yes, a little bit.
Gross. So like you'll have these opportunities to maybe be like, I'm being attacked. Quick, drop a super attack, drop a smoke bomb, get the fuck out of there. The smoke bomb I think is also really important because, like you said, when you get in a shootout, you usually only have like one or two attacks that are actually stealthy, right? Like,
right.
Whether you do the stealth melee, which doesn't kill tougher enemies, because your melee damage doesn't ever really get that much bigger, or you're shooting arrows at a distance, you've only got a couple of chances before like everybody gets on you, everybody gets alerted, and the stuff is happening. So the fact that like that's straight up like it seems like that's just a little extra thing they've given you is you can smoke bomb enemies to like break contact and reset the encounter is really important, because the way you did that in Zero Dawn is you have to fucking run away. And like, yes, machines won't chase after you after a certain amount of that. Still means that like you got to go out of your way and add even more time to what is already like not necessarily unfunly, but is already a big fucking wide open game, right? Like you're already gonna spend a fuck ton of time. This is an open world game, a classic open world game with map symbols and shit. You also have probably dodged being New Game Plus. All your quivers are probably max size, aren't they?
No, they're not all max size, but I had all my inventory, and I have all my things, so I can literally just craft like arrows within like seconds. So no,
I was just wondering if in your New Game Plus you have to hunt a lot of fish for fish skins.
I do have, like, I didn't get everything, so I do have to hunt for fish skins. So basically, anytime I go to a river, I turn on my focus to see any fish are in it, and if they are, they get shot.
Yeah.
I've only got
Those
one
fish-
fish. I only got one.
Yeah, I better
fish
say
skin.
those fish don't drop a lot of skins though, do they?
No, they drop a lot of meat. Holy shit.
That is another thing I hope they like refine again a little bit. Like I know some people complained about how like this one host of the podcast was like, she was like, the only thing I looked up a guide for was where the fuck there were rats because I needed so many goddamn rat bones, and I'm just like, yeah, no, I know that feel. Like the hunting for specific animals is like really played up, but very undramatic, and like normally it's just like, oh, is that a turkey? Murder. Did it drop anything cool? No. Move on with my day.
It's like it dropped a bunch of meat.
Sick. If only I could eat that to heal. This is another thing, by the way, that I add this to my wish list, so I'm stealing this from like I said, that podcast. I wish there was a way to like more passively heal yourself. Like, yeah, Frozen Wilds adds a couple sets of Banuk armor, which slowly regenerate your health, which I used a decent amount. But like, the only way you can heal normally in the game is like is slurp potions or drink your green juice, like munch leaves. I think it would be neat if like campfires or like beds, because in the finale of the game, you know, Aloy actually canonically has to sleep, possibly for the first time ever in like weeks. Aloy doesn't sleep, guys. Oh my god, it's just nothing but pure adrenaline, and whatever's in those medicinal herbs,
Stimulants.
But like, I think that would be good if you could like, without expending a resource, just be like, I'm gonna take a nap now. I'm gonna heal because I'm not in combat.
That's something I think is great about
very
Chorus.
solidly written game.
Fun thing about Chorus, like once you get out of combat, you just go back up to full.
Yeah, no, they just straight up like your HP bars get grayed out, and you're just like, no, I'm fine now.
I'm fine now. Ah!
This is a fucker though. Like I'm watching you still doing this, and I'm like, man. This
Well, like, see, the thing is, I have to hit these fucking weak points on it, but as you see, it shoots a lot of lasers. The points are constantly rotating. It has ads that also shoot lasers.
yeah. Well, and yeah, you tried to drift to line up, and then it just went away.
So, like,
It probably wants you to do like a very specific strategy. Problem.
I probably wants me to charge, but I've tried charging. Do you know how many times I run into the fucking wall? Oh, thank God. I think I got it. Oh!
Thing was different.
Okay.
Have you ever seen anything like that?
All right, sick.
Not in the way.
All right, give me a second. Yes. Oh, Jesus.
Carlos.
Need to stretch.
Razar, listen.
Just make sure that your brakes are mostly brakes, so you don't slam into any walls.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I can tickle the wall. I'll be okay.
I don't have a choice, do I?
Again, another great thing about the full break in core. Yeah, so Zero Dawn is cool. We'll be very interested to see what's coming up in Forbidden West.
Yeah, no, like, I'm pretty sure. I wasn't sure if I wanted to pick it up day one, but I think I am. Playing the first game is definitely getting me hyped up for the second one and all the improvements that it could have.
Yeah, that seems to be what a lot of people. Well, I mean, obviously, it also released on PC, but a lot of people are doing those kinds of things. God of War going on PC. I think a lot of people have been replaying it, or might be playing it for the first time, but like building up to that Ragnarok hype and like thinking about all the stuff we can do. Oh, yeah, actually, that reminds me. I don't know how much we want to talk about it because we spent like an hour over the credits talking about God of War in the last stream, so you guys should go check it out. But I did finish God of War. I have not because, like I said, I wanted to catch up on Chorus, and then the Master Duel, like, fucking out of nowhere, just pitch out of left field, completely blindsided. I have been very busy with other stuff, so I have not like gone back and done Valkyries and stuff. I want to, I just need to find the time. But I'm done with God of War, and I had a very positive experience. It's a really neat game. Very excited for Ragnarok and seeing what kind of other stuff they do. Because, like, even though it's such a good game, like, I would probably go 9 out of 10. Like, it's not a perfect 10 out of 10 for me, because, like, in retrospect, I'm like, yeah, there's a couple, like, UI stuff that wasn't, like, my favorite. Like, I reserve 10 out of 10 for, like, I have no issues with this experience at all, or what issues I do are completely blown out by, like, other stuff. Like, I had a couple of minor frustrations with God of War, and I do kind of think, thinking back, like, the enemy pool is, like, kind of limited. You fight a lot of trolls, you fight a lot of ogres. And it's a shame because the boss fights that are different from that are like so rad, right?
When the time comes.
Like the one dragon you actually fight is really cool. The couple of fights with, it's the game's like 5 years old. With Baldur are neat. Like those are really good, right? So like I really hope that that's what they bring to Ragnarok is like more like a boss and mid boss variety. Give me some weird shit.
Ooh,
Give me some cool stuff.
Nice shadow. As I try to get as close to this wall as possible.
I feel it.
Yeah, like I said, the graphics in this are like, we live in such interesting times in terms of video games where like graphical fidelity seems like it's fairly easy to pull off.
Oh shit.
And you can get some really nice shit. And obviously, I'm sure the modelers spent like fuck tons of time designing the shadow maps and like making the model for Forza here and all these red blocks and stuff. But like, the actual like accessibility of engines and models and modeling software is pretty good.
Oh, I can't go through here.
Oh, it's an invisible wall. Interesting.
I feel denied.
You can totally fit in there. They must have coded it that way.
Oh no, for shits and giggles, I tried flying through one of the mining lasers. It obliterated me.
I thought when I left you.
I was like,
I love the attention. Yeah.
Yep. I was like, did they actually pay care of it? Like,
I am aware.
Yep.
I dream.
What did you dream?
Hazy
Okay, so
memories.
Horizon and a little bit about God of War. Like I said, we both rambled for hours. Not hours, an hour.
an hour. But yeah, look forward to A Plague's Tale Innocent coming this Monday. I checked the average playtime. They say it should take about 10.5 hours. I'm going to try and cut that down to maybe 9. Like I said, I have beaten the game, so I should mostly know what I'm doing, but I want to take Omega on this narrative experience.
Yeah.
I flew a silent record.
And that should give us plenty of time to sync back up for Uncharted, which is about a week away.
Yeah.
No. I'm glad you're here.
And then we can get back to them Drake boys. What vehicle are we gonna blow up today?
Oh, actually, that reminds me. You want to know something fucking wild that I learned? If you, or I don't know if it's an order or a pre-order, but if you buy the fucking Uncharted Legacy Collection, they just give you a free ticket to the movie.
That's very interesting. I don't know where I would redeem that. I don't even know. Listen, the movie's cool. I want to see it. I don't know if it's showing anywhere near me.
Yeah, I know, but
you get
that's
really interesting.
Yeah, no, it's
I guess that doesn't shock me because every Uncharted the movie trailer ends with BT Dubs buy, Thief's Legacy or the Uncharted collection on PS4 and PS5.
And now the Uncharted Legacy is like, hey, go see this movie. I'm all like, it makes fucking sense, but what a world.
Yeah, it's so Sony's multimedia empire is so interesting. I think it is weird, right? You mentioned earlier the Activision Blizzard news, which is fucking bonkers if you think about it.
Yeah, no, they bought out Bethesda. Well, to be fair, a lot of people were like, oh my god. It's like, no, it's because Activision Blizzard are in a really shit spot and it made them weak.
Well, yeah, and I think it made the higher ups accessible to selling. But also, I want to point out, Microsoft was willing to overpay as well.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard from several sources that technically they are going. They overpaid for that a little bit. They paid more than the market value for Activision Blizzard. And they paid a lot for it. Was it $64 billion?
It was something like that.
Which is approximately. Hold on. That is approximately 16 Star Warses. Which, like I said, that's the wild thing to me is the number, because let me look up how much Bethesda was to be. Because that was common. Okay, so the Bethesda acquisition was $7.5 billion, so a little under 2 Star Warses. Activision Blizzard, 64.
Well,
now, obviously, it's Activision Blizzard. That gives you access to a lot of shit. That gives you access to COD, which was previously very PlayStation leaning.
Mm-hmm.
And it gives you access to a lot of legacy branding. I don't know how hot Diablo and Overwatch are right the fuck now,
Mm-hmm. It's like a lot of Blizzard's big IPs are kind of in a weird place.
Yeah, and I am assuming that's what Microsoft was aiming for, was like, you guys have a lot of brand presence, you've got a lot of market venues, right? You've got your franchises under your belt and all that. So we want to, like, turn that into, that PlayStation Network favoritism, we want to turn that into, Xbox Game Pass favoritism.
Yes.
Now, actually, while on the one hand, Bethesda stuff has been whatchamacallit, like, working on like, a lot of those have pivoted to at least console exclusive, right? Like they said, Starfield's only going to be on PC and Xbox and so on. I feel like, considering how much fucking money they paid, there's no way they can afford to keep everything exclusive in Activision Blizzard, right?
Right.
Because they just physically won't move enough Xboxes and sell enough Game Pass to make a profit. Yeah, WoW's not doing so hot right now. Like, it is a literal thing that people are leaving WoW for 14. Speaking of which, while I don't think that Sony is planning on buying Square Enix anywhere, it does seem to me like the Square Enix-Sony relationship is pretty solid, right?
No, I mean, like, no, they're good partners. Like, if I was talking about this, like, if they were gonna buy out any big name that might be struggling, it'd probably be Konami.
Yeah, no, that's what I expected to be the sale too, because, like, well, obviously, I just talked about how fucking good Master Duel is. It's just a card game simulator made in Unity. It's not like a bold graphical choice. They went the extra mile with it, but that, like, honestly, it's probably so amazing because we weren't expecting a lot. It's not like, making a modern console gen caliber remaster of a Metal Gear game or a Castlevania game, right?
No, yeah.
And that's the kind of stuff that, like, Konami seems like they're more reticent on. God forbid developing, like, new titles. When the fuck was the last new Castlevania game?
Well, this is why we got Bloodstained.
Which also I want to throw out is a terrible shame. Because I watched some Castlevania the animated series clips, and should I watch Castlevania again? That shit was good. Great. But, like, they had a 4-season Netflix series that was fucking phenomenal, and I don't think they capitalized it, like, at all, other than re-releasing some of the old games.
And also, no, Square would not be a good company to buy. Square has actually moved a lot into promoting its multiple diversity. Even if you guys will complain about their horrible PC ports, they've moved from being kind of a Sony exclusive to being able to put their things on everything, making them a much more...
Well, I would say they would probably do, if Sony did buy them, what they would probably do is they would do like I said, I expect that Xbox is going to do with Activision Blizzard stuff, and not make it fully exclusive. Like, it would probably be like timed console exclusives again or shit like that. Or it would just be like a little bit extra support, like, hey, try out,
Because I'm gonna, also real quick, guys. I'm gonna tell you right now. The mindset of exclusivity is bullshit, and you should not promote it. Just put everything on.
Yeah, no, like I agree. It's just we live in a world where, like, because the console war is so skewed, Xbox is doing, like, exclusivity stuff to try and sell more consoles over PS5, but both major consoles do eventually cross-port to PC. Now, Xbox's big thing is that they're about, like, Xbox on Windows, like, right away, basically.
Yeah.
Like, that's part of their marketing package of, like, hey, you can buy our games on PC too. We don't care. Sony is more of a, like, and it has come out with the God of War PC port, for instance, that is the devs saying, hey, Sony, we could make a shitload more money if we put this out on PC a couple years later. And Sony's like, you may be right. So, like, that was a push from, like, the developers to be like, hey, we could get a better market. And with PS4, PS5, those things are very similarly architectured to PC. So it's probably fairly easy to do the ports, though obviously you do have to do, like, all the optimization, because the beautiful thing about consoles is that your hardware is pretty static. So you can really drill down that optimization. The God of War port, though, is supposed to be real good.
Oh, yeah.
So that's a nice touch. But, yeah, I expect, like I said, it would not be the form of, like, any more so than it already is. Oh, you can only get Final Fantasy 16 on PS5. It would be like, hey, you can get Final Fantasy 16 early on PS5 and then in like 6 months on PC. And I guess Xbox. Not that 16's not on Xbox, but that's probably because there still aren't any Xboxes in Japan. I think they still don't sell well over there.
And Legendary Boss Hunter, don't say those things when just a few moments ago it's all like, yeah, make it exclusive. You're the one promoting that culture.
I think a Square acquisition would be interesting for Sony. They clearly have that kind of money. But also, I don't think it's necessary for them. Like you said, I think
they're not struggling at all.
I think that like companies that are in weird places, like I feel like Capcom is constantly all over the place. Like whether they're doing good or bad. Like right now they're doing pretty good.
No, Capcom's like, see, Capcom has a lot of brand power with like Street Fighter.
Well, they have
Evil.
a shitload of brands under them. Yeah, franchises, I should say.
Yeah.
But those franchises are not always in good ways. Like currently they're in a good way. Like everybody is like Monster Hunter, goo.
Like Monster Hunter, good.
Street Fighter, goo.
Street Fighter, goo.
Occasionally Capcom remembers Mega Man exists. Yay. Personally, for me, they don't remember Mega Man and other Mega Man related accessories.
Like Resident Evil, goo.
Yeah, Resident Evil has been doing a huge upswing since they started doing the 7 and 8 sequels and then the remakes as well. Like they've really brought that franchise around when like 5 and then especially 6 were kind of like in a comical zone. Like they really changed their tone and like people were like, man, this is weird and bad sometimes. Now they're like, oh man, Resident Evil. Giant Vampire Lady, yeah. Like it's interesting to see them through ups and downs, but Konami is like in video game branding is like all downs.
Yeah, it's all down. So like buyout should not just happen between like big companies just because they exist. There should be a rhyme and a reason to it. And that's what
and you said this earlier with Activision Blizzard. Like Activision Blizzard is in a bad way. Their stock was tanking. People were like upset with them because they weren't doing enough. They were being held legally liable for like suppressing their employees, talking about all this bad like sexual harassment shit that was going on. That was really bad, like, and so on and so forth. Interesting. I guess you come back here after you get the charge because like I didn't even, didn't even realize the thing when I was in this world area before.
Again, Legendary Boss Hunter, what you say makes no sense. People who want to play things on PlayStation are going to buy it on PlayStation. People who buy things on Xbox are just going to get mad that it's not on whatever thing it is. But they'll still buy it if it's on their thing.
Yeah, I mean, there is some undecided market, but in general, like, most people know what they want. And, like, I know some people are talking like, ooh, Game Pass is really good. Yeah, Game Pass is pretty good. You can get it on PC as well. Everybody is pretty sure that Sony's doing they're working on their Game Pass equivalent, right? Like, and I talked about this before. I think the reason why Sony didn't roll it out sooner was because Sony is in a really weird place business-wise where they cannot sell enough PS5s. They physically don't exist. Sony wants to sell more PS5s. They don't want these like restock problems. It's not like a false scarcity thing. They want more install base. They can't get it. And they're already still a record-selling console, right? Like, even with the shortages, they are doing great. So they don't have to bust their ass, and it's not like they're going to necessarily swing their customer base a lot, but there may be a concern now with all these moves Xbox and Microsoft are making with studio acquisition that they're like, oh shit, we need to keep our service relevant because the other guys are, like, piling up a lot of stuff that they can use because, like I said, even if they don't go exclusive, I bet that Xbox, / Microsoft can still try and make a little bit extra money by like, ooh, get our, Game Pass Plus. All Blizzard games are on this day one, day and date.
And also, I want you guys to remember what Sony has been buying recently. They picked up Funimation a couple years ago. They just got Crunchyroll. Aniplex has been under their wing forever, and they just picked up the Lightworks, which is now Lasangle.
Yes, they bought the game development wing of Delightworks and spun it off into a new company.
So
they've been buying a lot of multimedia lately.
Yeah, no.
Obviously,
Sony's
they have
been working
Sony Music and Pictures.
Yeah, Sony's been working more on their multimedia game and branching out into more, as Pent would say, diverse markets. Like,
yeah, that's really been their game plan for a lot. Is they're plugged into every aspect. Not Now, that's not to say that they also haven't been doing acquisitions. They're still buying first-party studios. I believe they actually acquired Bluepoint not too long ago.
Yes. But Bluepoint is good for, is most known for, remaking games, getting those sweet HD collections and whatnot.
Yeah. And, like...
Is this a fucking warp puzzle? Jesus fucking Christ, it is!
Oh my god, it's a warp maze.
Pass the correct portal. Oh, God.
Well, there's only one, so we'll go through that one.
Alright, let me look here. That looks like... Okay, I think I went through... So let me go through this one. I'm just gonna slow boat it.
I mean, I guess that looks like more inside. The other one maybe looked like it was outside-ish.
Yeah, that one's outside again, and that actually has the same white door. Okay. Okay, so this maybe isn't as bad as I thought it'd be. You just have to actually pay attention to the warp.
Yeah.
But...
Where does the wormhole go?
But... Sony I don't think necessarily needs to make any big one. I think I'd be more okay with them. Oh, Jesus, now there's 4. Oh, and they're all different. Shit. Better with Sony, like, focusing on the studios they have. Because there's a lot under Sony's wings all fucking ready. Like, Sony, like, I think Xbox still has more.
And honestly, some of the... I mean, yeah, because they just bought Activision Blizzard, which has several, like, that's several studios under them as well.
Shit. Okay. That was not the right one.
And I will say, though, that, yeah, Sony first-party studios are kind of busy. Like, okay, guys, you know us. You've heard us talk about stuff. I'm not super enthused about Last of Us stuff. I haven't played the first one yet. And I'll probably try it because it's, like, super free. I've read enough about the sequel to be like, nah, that doesn't interest me. A lot of people are like, oh, my God, it's so poignant and soul-crushing. And I'm just like, what if I don't pay $60 to have my soul crushed? Sorry, I know that's a little limited of me, but that is kind of my modus operandi a lot of the time. I mean, I would prefer to shell out for games that aren't trying to, fuck my shit up most of the time. Sometimes not, but, But, like, they're working on allegedly, Naughty Dog is at least somewhere involved with a remake of the first game, with a remaster of the second game for PS5, like the next-gen update. And whatever the fuck Last of Us Factions is, because there's supposedly like some other kind of spin-off game, which may be the long-awaited multiplayer element, because it wasn't in Last of Us 2 at the start. And then also, like, Neil Druckmann himself is, like, heading up, development on the TV series that they're doing. Speaking of Sony's multimedia plans. So, like, I think all 4 of those are, like, going through Naughty Dog on some level, and it's like, what the fuck else? I don't understand the stock market. Like, I know it's a pretty big dip, but like, I'm sure they'll work on that. Another thing that Sony does, like, is they announced PSVR 2 recently.
Oh, I can tell you why that stock market did happen is because investors pulled out of Sony and invested directly into Microsoft.
Yeah, probably. That's probably, yeah. They were selling to shift gears because they're expecting Microsoft's stock to go back up as a result of this acquisition.
Yep.
Though obviously they will have to start making some of that profit back because that is the other thing. They just forked over $60 billion, and their shareholders will want them to start making that money back.
Like, so investors are fucking fickle people, and they literally go where the wind blows, wherever they smell the money.
Yeah, so I have seen crypto crash trending, right? Because crypto's apparently tanking again. But some people are like, buy the dip, which I translate as, the price is dipping, you should buy it now while it's cheap. So, like, yeah, that's just how investor brain works. Like, on the one hand, everybody who already bought, fuckled. Their cash is in ruins, they've their life savings may be destroyed. But everybody else is like, yeah, but if you don't get any in now it's a good time, it's gonna go back up. And it's like, damn. Actually, I wonder. I need to get more into investments. Maybe I should see how cheap some Sony stock is. I'll buy it.
It's not cheap.
It's
not cheap. I'm telling you right now.
It's still not cheap?
It's not that cheap.
They lost some value, but I bet it's not cheap.
It's still in several hundreds, I believe. For a share.
No, it's a little...
This is what I'm talking about.
But that's still a little too rich for my blood.
Like, that's one thing I'm talking about. Like, when you get up into the big companies, I don't even know if Sony's publicly traded. It might not be.
Well, they have to have some stock value because it tanked, so it's traded somehow, but it may be more limited fashion. Again, I'm not this like high level economic shit makes my brain hurt because, as we like to jokingly say, money is fake because modern economics are like really really weird and interesting in that way. But like a lot of that high level financial shit, I'm just like, I don't follow this at all. How do we calculate this? And a lot of times we calculate this because some rich asshole was willing to spend that much money on it. Like, people, especially in America, if you're our age, probably remember hearing things about like oil futures. You probably heard that discussed before because during various periods of time in America over the past, few decades, we've had problems with fuel shortages, gas price hikes and stuff. And you'll hear a lot of people talking about the value of oil is, oil futures is so many per gallon or, so many per barrel. That's based on what people, like, you pay today what you think gas will be worth tomorrow, basically. And it's kind of weird, but if you've got the brain for it, you can do some shit. I do not have the brain for a lot of that stuff. But big companies are expensive, and it's hard to get, sometimes it's hard to get your foot into a little bit. You gotta keep an eye out. But yeah, Sony's doing fine. I believe the rumor currently for Sony is about what's Project Spartacus. There was a leak that there's going to be like PS Plus 2.0, basically, with like a tiered system.
God damn it.
Yeah, the Healy bot does not recharge fast enough sometimes.
Well, I hate the fact that fucking missiles are not hit scan. I have to actually wait for them to travel to target. That means like, cause
Yep, I see him. He's an armor boy.
And they're not flying that fast either. And I have to stay on their tail, but that means they have, I hate this charge attack. I hate charge attacks. Why do they just get a free fucking attack no matter how fast I'm going?
This is Chorus, which is pronounced chorus, but is written with a V because chorus is very copyrightable.
See, now they're armor.
And
now they're throwing mines while going slow. So I have to be slow.
Time for my storm right again.
Honestly, this wouldn't be so much a problem if your missiles were any good for popping mines.
Okay, they switched back. I think I got lucky on that.
So while this game, like we said, has some pretty simple controls to learn, it's got some advanced shit if you get deeper in.
Oh god, fucking she keeps alternating her damage type. I mean, her loadout types, and it's being a bit of a pain because I have to keep fucking dodging and I can't.
And we're doing disruption nets and beams.
I must mind my storm right.
I literally just came out of the fucking warp and I immediately got tagged with the charge. I can't go full speed because she's flying super fucking slow.
Yeah, there's a little it's very weird with like, because there are some missions where you have to just like follow people around. Your speed level is a little, you can, because the PS5's excellent triggers, you can kind of like first click it for like a little bit of boost acceleration, but in general your speed level is like butt slow, normal, boost, which is normally like too fucking fast. Enemies don't boost most of the time, so you shoot by them. And then there's out of combat, there's sublight, which is sometimes encouraged for like trailing missions when you're just like passively following people out of combat, but it's also you still usually too fast.
I'm just gonna fucking charge through her. You want to be slow? We'll be fucking slow here.
Time for my storm right again.
Become speed. I mean, there's some lightning clouds around. They're probably planning on you storm and some charge.
It actually seems to be very effective. When in doubt, just run the fuck into them.
Well, you get to draw straight lines and shit.
Mm-hmm. Where are you? There you are.
Whee! Sick drift, bruh.
Ugh. There you are.
If you're not out of control, you're not in control, guys.
There, I get her. I just kept running into her, ow,
Gone.
over and over again.
This is a thing I noticed with some of these, like we said, games that are kind of like double A or single A, not quite triple A, is sometimes there's a lot of this trial and error game design stuff. Like, Kena was very similar. We had some people talk about that recently, where, like, a lot of the bosses were just, hey, you're checkpointed to the start, just throw yourself at it until you figure out the rhythm. And it's like, while that's, like, okay and more forgiving than some games, sometimes it's just like, you guys couldn't, like, put a little extra English to kind of walk me through some of this stuff. But nah, it's just like, just try different tactics until you figure out the one that works. You've got like 50 different things you can do. Figure it out.
But what was it? Oh yeah, stock market, Sony, all that stuff.
Yeah, the acquisition. I'm not super concerned. Sony's probably got some bullets in their back. And honestly, if you think about it, like Sony is already on track for a banger of a year, right?
Oh yeah.
We're gonna start with Zero Dawn in February, and Sony has been saying they are still on track for Ragnarok in 2022 as well. So they're gonna have, you know, sequels to their best-selling big boy games, and you know, move on from there. They're gonna get a lot of that market share and that mind share.
We got Spider-Man 2 coming out.
Yeah. I don't know if that's this year or not, but they announced that for sure.
They announced it for sure.
I don't know if Sucker Punch is working on it. Well, Sucker Punch is probably working on something. I don't think they've got anything.
I mean, actually, yeah, I don't think I've actually heard anything. I mean, Ghost of Tsushima was a hit.
Yeah. And I mean, technically, they were probably blocked up after Ghosts with the director's cut, because that adds like a whole new area that I still haven't checked out. Plus the multiplayer mode as well. So like, they've been busy, but there's several studios. Like, what's Blue Point cooking up next? Are they cooking up, you know, the possible Metal Gear Solid remastered collection, which would be appreciated? I think I mentioned this before. You can only play Metal Gear Solid 4 on a PS3. Though, speaking of PS3 games, there was that weird thing where several people saw PS3 game listings on the PlayStation Store. Now, their prices were the same as the PS Now version, which is streamed. So a lot of people are thinking that maybe we're getting like a PlayStation Now rework. I've never tried PlayStation Now because I'm not really interested in like the streaming or renting titles right away. But if they did bundle that into PlayStation Plus, for instance,
oh yeah,
like for a slightly higher tier, I would not be averse to that. I'm, you know, a big Sony guy. I've been playing on PlayStation for literally. Not my first ever console, but one of my big ones was PS2. So they got some good stuff. And Nintendo, of course, is still doing their own thing and probably going to do fine. Allegedly Breath of the Wild 2 this year. Coming off of Game Award-winning Metroid Dread for first-party titles. They got that fucking Pokemon game that's leaking, because Pokemon games are like a colander. Like, seriously, I don't know if I know a game franchise that is more leaky than Pokemon. Interesting how clouds just went away because you don't need them anymore.
Nope. Goodbye.
But yeah, so it's an interesting business decision. We'll have to see how it shakes out.
Oh, shake it out. All right, now how the fuck do I get out of here? Where am I?
You're in the Amarok wormhole, so you got to find the other wormhole to go back to Amarok.
Okay. So I'm
Might
literally
be on
on
the other side of this rock.
Yeah, I'm on the other side of this rock. Okay, so I actually got to fly through here.
You're in a little baby area.
Oh wait, it was just. Oh, I see what it was. That fucking maze was just bullshit. They really, man, they really padded that out. Isn't the wormhole? It's somewhere around here. It's big in orb. Is that it? No, that's a planet. Do not fly towards that. It took me very long to get there. Where the fuck is...
Other direction.
Oh, there it is. Surrounded by the rocks. There we go. Alright, let's blow this popcorn stand.
Space navigation.
Whee!
I could talk stuff, but I wanted to. I knew there was another thing you were maybe wanting to fire up about. You mentioned a little bit on Let's Talk and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Which is the
Kitagawa, is that guys?
Yes, I was gonna say. So I don't know anything about this series. I just know that on the internet, this art of this character has been blowing the fuck up. But I also know that like there's only a couple of series, but I can recognize as like, oh, Lucky's really into this. He actually talks about this. He deigns to talk about this with people in anime and manga, which doesn't happen a lot. Like usually, Lucky doesn't want to talk to people about shit in our anime manga.
No, because people have opinions, and a lot of times I don't agree with them.
Yeah, shockingly, people disagree about otaku shit. But the localized title for the anime is Dress Up Darling.
Yes.
My Dress Up Darling has been blowing the fuck up. So if people don't know much about it, maybe they're like me and are bamboozled by all these images on the internet. Do you want to yell about it for a little bit?
I will yell about it for a little bit. So, My Dress Up Darling came out 4 years ago. It's basically serialized monthly. It has 8 volumes of manga out right now. Please forgive me, I cannot remember the mangaka's name off the top of my head, but they're a cool dude. My Dress Up Darling basically follows the story of one Gojo who basically apprentices at a Hina doll shop. If you don't know, Hina dolls are those very, very pretty dolls that you see at certain celebrations. They usually look like lords and ladies holding the fans and stuff. I can't remember like their actual like ceremonial purpose and whatnot, but they're cool. They're very pretty, very, very artistically detailed and whatnot. Gojo, as a little kid, gets fascinated by them, wants to make them when he grows up. This causes a very quick childhood trauma as one of his friends, a girl, is all like, "Why the fuck do you like girl stuff, Gojo? You're so weird." Kind of traumatizes him into not wanting to socialize with anybody and just play with his dolls.
The Kenji from Persona 4 problem.
Mm-hmm.
Though Kenji from in Persona internalized it the other way. Gotta renovate your ass. When does Ultimax come? Not to distract from. I'm gonna go look that up.
Yeah. Some people they can't the thing I like about My Dress Up Darling is people can't really necessarily qualify what they want to call this. Some people say it's a shoujo, other people say it's like a seinen. Because it basically, as we go on, it's a story about high school romance and cosplay. Because Gojo, now in high school, runs into one girl named Kitagawa Marin. This is the girl that you're seeing all over Tumblr. Who, despite being a total bombshell of a gal, really likes anime, and completely reps her favorite characters. You can see she wears lots of the merch and whatnot, and just lives her best life. One day, while Gojo has to use the high school club's, the high school's sewing machine for something with the Hina dolls, I can't remember off the top of my head, Marin stumbles upon him and finds out that, he's actually pretty good at these things, and shows off the cosplays that she was working on. By the way, it's fucking horrible. I mean, so horrible that, Gojo's like, what the fuck? And then Marin Kitagawa gets the idea, like, hey, Gojo, why don't you make it? And then thus the serial is born, as we go through this budding romance between I don't want to say doll-loving introvert, but a doll-loving introvert and a otaku gal extrovert. I don't want to necessarily give spoilers on things that are happening, but because I will talk your ears off about it, but it goes, not only does it talk a lot about, a lot of little cosplay things and, little cosplay, events, tricks, tips, how, some things are done, how things work at events and stuff. They do also very well go into the dynamic of talking about how sometimes you just have to literally not give a fuck about what people say about you and do what you want because you love it. You definitely see this between the two characters. Marin definitely knows that some people think that what she does is weird, but she literally does not give a fuck because this brings her happiness and joy. And the way that she acts, you know, just makes other people, you know, kind of walk along that same path of just like, well, she's into it, so whatever. Gojo, unfortunately, you know, went several years, you know, hiding who he was, and it's really hard for him to break out his shell. But guess what? When you have a super cute and sexy gal pal like her and literally dragging you around sometimes doing stuff, you start seeing the world in a different place. I don't know why Axe is trying to explain stuff when I'm explaining stuff. Do you want to feel relevant, Axe? Is that what this is? So interesting enough, I actually didn't notice about this. Apparently, they are actually a lot of animated series are actually simulcasted on both Crunchyroll and Funimation. I don't know if it's actually one for one or if one has the delay or another, but I think we're starting to see the effects of that. You don't need to back me up, Axe. I don't need you. I
mean, there's a reason why I phrase this as "and Lucky yell about this."
Yeah.
Like I am not familiar with the series. I haven't watched it or read it, but I know that Lucky's excited about it, and the show is, you know, what's up with Omega and Lucky. Sometimes I like to talk about stuff. Sometimes he likes to talk about stuff. Sometimes we talk about stuff together. So I like to spread it out, and also I get to rest my voice.
Yeah.
Talk a lot.
But
I mean, we've all, at least from our FGO perspective, also to that answer, we have seen that a little where they explicitly said that the Solomon movie would be on Crunchyroll and Funimation eventually, soon. Still not yet, I don't think, but we're spilling some of this stuff out. So that's speaking of the Sony acquisition, is something to see.
But where was I? Oh, yes. So, like, it's really, really good. Like, I've been trying to get people to read the manga for, like, the past 4 years. And it's a really weird feeling that now that the anime out and everyone's on it, I'm like, yes, behold, I was right. But everyone's just talking about how cool it is. And so it's like, I'm kind of feeling like a hipster, and I'm kind of feeling a little unappreciated here. I tried so often, so many times to get people to read this, and they blow me off. But the moment the anime goes like, oh my god, this thing is the best, I'm like, yeah, duh.
Speaking of the blow up, the word modern is literally trending on Twitter right now. Guess what it is? Guess what it's about? It's about the thing. I mean, there's a very specific thing that seems to have inspired the art world, but yeah, in general, very popular.
Very popular. Actually, let me see if it's trending for me on Twitter. I'm curious. It is not. Maybe because my tags
Sometimes Twitter rotates.
Let's see. What is trending for me? I got Eorzea, because I play Final Fantasy, One Piece, Sora, Infinity War, Kratos. Interesting. Well, Axe, like I said, I've been doing it on and off for 4 years. Like, how long this manga's been out. Also, I did not know that the mangaka was a woman. Did not assume. I was just like, it's a dude.
Yeah, I dug up the name. It's Shinichi Fukuda. But I'm not really good at my gendering of Japanese names. I have no thought or feeling.
Also, Axe, you probably recognize it because you probably saw it and blew it off. Like so many other people. You can't see it. I'm shaking my fist at the invisible wall here. Let's see here. I wonder if I get...
I mean, I do think Legendary is right in chat that manga and anime have different market penetration. Especially also, you said it's a monthly. Monthly mangas are... As a guy who used to read Full Metal, right? Full Metal Alchemist was monthly. Monthly mangas are weird sometimes. Like, they're chunkier. You get more in them. But the delay is so long, you could easily forget what the fuck is happening, and so, like, that some people don't prefer it that way, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's like waiting for monthly comics in, you know, traditional Western comics rather than picking up like hardback trade editions that are full of multiple volumes.
Oh no, don't worry. I actually looked it up. She is listed as a woman. Let's see. She's been bleh, going since 2007. Let's see, I thought I saw her birth year somewhere, but anyway, but yeah, so no, it's really good stuff because it's a bit funny, it's a bit lewd, a bit serious, and a bit informative. It's all these separate things all come together because, like, I am hesitant to necessarily put it into a specific box. Like, Marin is constantly, like, showing off skin and whatnot, and Gojo's having his adorable reactions, like, when she's, like, showing off, like, garters and a belt to him, legs. It's just like, oh my. You know, but, you know, we're about to get, like, the episode didn't quite reach it, but we're about to get into a bit of a heavy segment. I'm just like, oh no. I was like, Gojo! It's gonna be great. But, like, and after that is when the high school romance is going to kick off, as we say. So I'm just like, oh, there's so many things here. It's like, I don't want to necessarily put it, like, on Amazon, Volume 1 was actually trending #1 in the shoujo manga department for a little bit. I'm like, it's like, I can see why a lot of people would necessarily call it shoujo because, you know, the art style, you know, the high school romance.
Yeah, it's got kind of the softer art style and the way you would describe, like, the overall level definitely feels like it's aiming more for, like, you know, the kind of the romance and the you know, the high school setting is like sounds like it's appealing to, like, younger ladies. But also, you know, that little bit of extra, like, skin showing and, like, more of the heavy drama could be more of, like...
Like, it's like,
you know?
it's a manga that has something for everybody, you know? It has, like, the softer touch and the romance.
I'm kind of surprised nobody has thought to upgrade it to the women's demographic version.
Oh, Josei?
By the way, Josei. I'm kind of surprised nobody's tried to label that one in there. Honestly, I think I guess we would call it the 4 quadrants of anime manga demographics are probably a little bit bullshit.
Yeah,
like shonen comics are arguably aimed at, you know, young men in their middle teens, but y'all know people who all people of all ages watch shonen stuff. And back in the day when like 4Kids level dubbing was out, like, shonen stuff got filtered to be for, like, 7-year-old Americans kind of a thing, right?
I guess that's more of a matter of taste. Like honestly, like, shonen shoujo is kind of the take on, like, for everybody. When you get into seinen, that's when you start getting into, like, the I say the quote-unquote mature, because sometimes it's not actually just that, but the quote-unquote mature stuff where you start having more graphic things like sex, violence, rock and roll, and all that stuff.
Right. So at the very least, seinen is intended for an actual adult audience, 18+.
And Josei is weird because it's not necessarily mature. It is mature, but it's usually, like, more, like, drama intense, romantic intense, you know, dealing with, like, I am not trying to sound, like, sexist in this way, but this is a lot of times I've seen it, dealing with a woman's problem, with a woman's problem in the world and whatnot. Well,
the way that, and citations, there we go. Yeah. I remember how to read. With citations, Wikipedia describes it as, since it is aimed at adult women, it usually portrays more realistic situations as opposed to idealized situations of, you know, shoujo, which would make sense, right? Like,
so
you deal with real life shit, which is often not as pretty and clean cut, and in Japan is probably kind of particular to women because they are very conservative over there still.
Yeah, so, like, it's one of those things, like, don't get me wrong, there's some good josei, like Nana is still my iconic fucking josei. It's like, no, you just go read Nana. You don't ask questions. You just read Nana and you understand that life of 2 girls trying to make their way.
I mean, according to Wikipedia anyway, with the citation, Agretsuko would technically count as josei, which I can see because Agretsuko is a female office worker.
And
but also that's just, it's fucking rad. I love it. Because it's about this adorable red panda girl and she sings heavy metal.
I mean, think of it this way. What happens if you turn Retsuko into a normal human woman and think about her life?
Yeah, I mean, that's why, like, it works. But I'm also like, wow, I never really thought of it like that because that show is so approachable generally, right? Because
it was made by Sanrio, people who make Hello Kitty. What the actual fuck? I can't. Every time.
They know. I mean, they know their demographics and their aesthetics, right? Like all of their characters have those really nice, animalized designs, and then it's just like, I believe Agretsuko was she started as like a 5-minute short thing, a gag that they turned into a full series that.
I think I talked about people about this when Agretsuko first came out on Netflix. I gave it a pass because I thought it was the shorts. I didn't think it was actually. Ah! That was a random ass ship. I didn't think it was a full ass series.
You're in a traffic center right now. There's some shit that just flies at you.
I know.
In this area. There's big fucking danger signs letting you know to be careful.
Listen, I'm just in the moment where I just like flying between things.
I mean, like I said, the world is very expansive and pretty, so you get to fly around. Now, like I said, you're in Amarok right now. What the fuck this terrain is, I don't know. I don't know where there's these fucking sticky strings of black basalt rock. What the fuck happened here? But it looks cool.
Yeah, check out
also,
this.
you would... So, vacuum is a really great insulator, but if these things were in space for any amount of time, you would not have, roiling lava, because it would just...
Well, clearly...
It would bleed out fast.
So clearly, this is some sort of new secret mineral, which gives us cool powers or something. I don't know.
Well, they do talk about some mineral stuff, like the werewolf weapons, which, like I said, is its whole side quest. Forza describes Amarit weaponry, which are infused with all this shit. So, there's definitely space magic stuff. But yeah, like I said, while you can still make the reasons of the demographics, I think that as we get at least our society over here, Western otaku consumers, it gets even more broad, and you can find a lot more relation to things because you're just like, yeah, no, dude, that's just relatable to me.
Yeah, I know. It's like I read all demographics of all types. I read I read seinen with sexual violence and gore. I read shoujos with the purest of pures. Shoujo ai, I'm all like, oh god, these girls are so cute. Why? I die now. Diabetes. And, and I just love me a good shonen action adventure and stuff. I'm like, yeah, just not One Piece. It's too long. Get it away from me.
Well, yeah. I mean, every one of these genres and subgenres and demographics has their own problems. Shonen has some very clearly established issues of their historicity of the formulaic shit. Honestly, I think that's kind of why because Legendary Boss Hunter just brought up JoJo's. That's kind of why I think I did actually tack on to JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, because that's super long running but in self-contained arcs, right?
Yeah.
And Araki has totally changed his style and even changed his demographic. The later parts are literally he switched from shonen magazines to seinen ones. So you can get away with different shit because of marketing. Good old black science market. But it's so interesting to see Phantom Blood is fucking old ass, shonen, which almost isn't even shonen. It's almost seen in its own right because these dudes are just so muscular and manly and blood and guts and stuff. And then the character the ages drift down, the body types change, and so on and so forth. And it's really interesting to see that artistic drift through the demographics, because I mean, you see this with characters who do recur through parts, part 4 Jotaro is slightly different than part 3 Jotaro, even though it's weird because part 3's art style is very distinct with the huge shoulder big men style, and JoJo's kind of gets away from that a little bit as it goes on, because Jotaro is 15 or 16 in Stardust Crusaders. He's a fucking high school delinquent, but he's huge. He's as tall as his grandpa. But when you switch to part 4, because the art style is slightly different, he's drawn differently. He's a little leaner and meaner, even though arguably he should possibly even be tall, even more tall.
Forza, will they know me as their former elder?
Well, it is just North Star Castlevania, but also when it came out, I don't think Castlevania existed because part 1 was mid-80s.
Was it? Hang
Pretty
on.
old. Listen, Araki's been doing this a long fucking time. Phantom Blood, 1986. So yeah, mid to late 80s.
And when was the first?
When was
year this
Castlevania
made?
1? 1986, same year. So yeah, that's let's see. Initial release date was September. Okay, so technically Phantom Blood did come out like a few months after, but so they're in parallel. I would not say necessarily that it's directly related.
Safe for all who prove themselves true seekers of wisdom.
Well, yeah, that's actually, since I've only ever watched the anime, that's another really funny thing, is the anime artists make sure that the art style is consistent. People have actually talked about how, like, early Part 4 in the manga looks exactly like late Part 3 anyway, but over time, his style, like, drifts and adjusts.
We should check on them. And Forza, use a pilgrim designation. As an elder, I draw too much attention.
If you insist.
It's still very interesting to see these things to these kind of like touchstones though, because you get to compare like
Okay, that was a little higher than I thought it was gonna be.
you know, Jotaro's in a lot of parts actually, so you get to see a lot of it. 1986 was a good year for pop culture anyway. I don't know about other stuff. By the way, speaking of dates and times, I double checked. Persona 4 Arena Ultimax worldwide release on Windows, Switch, and PS4 is March 17th.
Expected so many here.
Every day more
Part of Fuck You March,
the prophet went into
as we like to call it.
Looking for guidance.
You're going to die, March.
and the wisest gather around the
Call me
sacred
Julius
tablet.
Caesar.
The seekers are a true inspiration.
I see. Safe travel.
So this area's got some very heavy, sketchy, metally bits.
Well, yeah, no, this is the planet that I went on.
Of course. He must.
See, there's the thing.
Let's see for
This is the when you went an entire planet that one time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can see it from this angle. Okay, I was like, this is very obviously framed. Yeah, in case that stuff you're looking at up there, the ominous glowing red shit, that's all Naran's fault. Whoops.
I kind of maybe opened up a rift.
And it ate a planet, kind of. A little bit. Yes, guys, this is only space travel. I don't know how they missed that. That is wish another day. You don't ever... Well, okay, in cutscenes you leave the ship, but in gameplay you never leave the ship. No, that's only in cutscenes. And those cutscenes I've talked about, I joked earlier, they're very jarring, right? Like,
Right.
the cutscenes never show you get out of Forza just...
Well, you never do. You just go do some mental. You do some mental leaps.
Yeah, so, like, in your mind, you could, like, get out and walk around. But when the cutscene ends, you just snap back in your... Back in the cockpit, and Forza is like, how you doing? You see some shit? And you're like, yeah, I saw some shit.
Check out
Make
this
you
shit.
Stronger? Can we kill more? Can we kill more Circle now? Yes, Forza, we can kill more Circle guys. Cool.
The hunt continues.
I'm Sikanara.
Yeah.
You need help.
Forza's great.
I love Forza.
Like, he's very single-minded, but with a good reason.
Do research at the Legion facility over there. One of our colleagues told me they detained him this morning.
No. We were probably talking about a cutscene.
Oh yeah.
Where they took him.
Like, in cutscenes, they're very well modeled. You do some shit. But no, the gameplay loop is all entirely in boat.
Like, listen, like, I talk to people, I go up to their boat, we talk,
You press X.
I see
Helmet
there
shows up in the corner.
is usually a generic person with a helmet. If they don't have a helmet, that means they're important.
Yep. Then you press X to accept, or you tell... I never do this anyway, because I don't know why you would. I guess if you're in the middle of something else, but you press X to accept their quest, or circle to tell them to fuck off. And then you fly to the space icons.
Oh wait, I need to stay there and copy the clone signature. Whoops! But, yeah, my dress-up darling is one of the ones that I feel it bridges the gaps between several things.
Mm-hmm.
And it's something that I think is happening more and more often. So, as people...
Better stay out of sight.
She's right. They will recognize us.
Yes. Let's
Follow Mondo's fly low and don't approach or attack patrols to remain undetected. Reach facility undetected.
Yeah, stealth.
Please
My
be
favorite
careful
part
and
of this
lie
game.
low. I don't want them to hurt my husband.
Do I have to go...
It's all distance space.
I guess I have to go here. I think? I'm not entirely sure.
I mean, that's where your blue icon is. If you're on the right quest, then yeah, that's the place to go.
Let me check here. Yeah.
I see this area's got some space railroad type design.
Also, I also do not understand. You're currently on a mission. You must finish or abort this mission before you can track another. Bullshit, I can't.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't know why it's programmed that way. I talked about that a couple weeks ago. It's a weird thing.
Oh, I have to go this way, I think.
I think it's only when they're like trying to proc certain elements. But yes, no. To talk about you, yes, Axe. There are stealth segments. Mostly they involve just not getting too close to things that will detect you. I think like the first time they do it, Forza comes with an excuse of like, "Hey, I'm still a circle ship. I can fake some IDs." And this clearly you've got the old waiting for patrols to pass method. It seems like.
Let's continue.
So yeah, you just basically stay out of line of sight so you don't get detected on sensors and don't get too close for them to realize, hey, that's not one of ours.
Take a left turn then.
Okay.
It's a little janky, but like the developers definitely tried to explore the space of how many different things can you do from a spaceship you can never leave. Turns out a lot, actually. You can do a lot.
I feel like I'm in this like some city streets here right now. As I'm like just trying to like stay as low as possible and oh shit.
Patrol ahead. We need to hide.
People are really excited about 7. It's Steel Ball Run, isn't it?
I believe so.
I know people really, really like that one. I'll see it when we get there, because we will. Up and over. Too much juice. Stay lit.
It says stay low, but it says you have to move up to that passageway. I'm like, so I have to go closer to them?
Maybe there's a trail you can follow. The stealth segments are not perfect.
As they very rarely are. I apologize if me just doing fucking loop, like just fucking spinning through space is jarring, but it just amuses me. It's all like drift, whee.
Well, and you talked about this, I think, on God of War, some conversation we had in the last week. You love that there's an auto reorient button.
Oh yeah, I do.
The game keeps track of what the space horizon is, and if you push the stick in, you automatically center yourself again, so you can't get too confused.
Yeah, no, so I'm just
it
all
does
like,
kind of mean that
you
can't do like some sick knife flights or anything through some small gaps, but you know you can.
Yeah,
still
no, I think that's the
keep
one
yourself
thing that bugs me is I can't like orient myself on a different axis.
I think that's the price you have to pay for like such smooth directional controls. Is that like,
yeah.
Husband, the Legion.
I mean, they probably could have made you able to knife flight if they didn't let you dodge roll, but clearly that was an important bit. And like I said, there's not a lot of defensive techniques anyway, so I'm okay with this
I'm
roll.
Sikanara.
Alright, try this
Need
again.
help.
So I park my
My
butt.
husband Cassie
Right,
and
I'll
I
Go to
are
Space City, get this guy's
forced
stuff,
to do
follow the
research
space
at the
channel.
Legion facility
Don't get
over
busted
there.
by the space
One
cops
of
at the
our
space
colleagues
speed
told
trap.
me they detained him
Space.
this morning
Space.
as soon as he arrived.
So yeah, my
But yes,
Joseph
you,
Darling is really
Lucky's
fucking
been
good.
doing this for the 3 hours. Sorry to cut you off there. Go ahead.
Well,
Well, I was just gonna say,
I just can't go
doing it
back.
again. I'll finish. My shot is short. Fuck. Lucky's been playing this game for 3 hours. You see this spaceship design again. You saw it 3 hours ago. You see it 3 hours into the future. Welcome to Chorus. Lucky, my dress-up darling. Damn.
It's good. Watch it. Read it. Support it. Buy the manga.
Here.
Yes, support things you like.
If you trace
We
my
love to
usual route,
preach that here.
we go.
Other anime I've been watching though,
With that
Ranking Against Kings is still going on. That's very good. I have nothing really to say there. Oof. Second season of Case Study of Vanitas is going on. That's also very good. Yuki Kajira going wild on those vocals as usual.
Please be careful and lie.
Let me see here.
I want them to hurt my husband.
I did watch what was it? Was it Sakukui? I think it was.
So the Guardians turned her away.
And you're sure it was the cult slave?
Bisco. I watched the first 2 episodes of that. It's actually pretty good. It's good in that really weird kind of way.
Nara, you must fly
So,
right now.
from what I understand about the anime so far is one day Tokyo exploded,
The path's blocked.
As it does.
as it
often.
does.
Take a left turn.
And now you're not necessarily an apocalyptic future because, you know, it was just Tokyo. Everything else seems to be fucking fine. But there seems to be like certain walls and wards that people can't go into, and now there's an incurable disease called the rusting, which
And now to the
people
right.
say that you get from breathing in the spores of mushrooms, so mushrooms are now bad. But now there's fucking mushroom keepers who go around trying to spread mushrooms, and one of them is this guy named Man-Eater fucking Bisco, who has a bow and shoots arrows, and those arrows explode things into mushrooms.
We need to hide.
Up there, inside that passageway.
Yeah. But it's very wild. It's very wild.
Actually, that is a very good question. Was it a science explosion, a magic explosion, or a psychic explosion?
It's an unknown explosion.
About to say unknown 404. Ask again later.
Please be careful and lie low.
But
Because there's always that option. Sometimes Tokyo just explodes.
But it's hilarious because it's a little bit. It has a bit of that little bit of ridiculosity to it. Like, there's a governor and his elite forces. They all wear suits, but they wear fucking comical bunny heads. Like, I wish they do. Like, you would see like at amusement park mascot or something. The main character.
I'm picturing it.
The main character fucking rides a crab, not like a crab robot. Not like a crab, like, thing. No, it's just a giant fucking crab. Literal crab. It bubbles at the mouth occasionally. His name's, like, Octagawa. There's, like, a gunship that has a snail for a face. A literal snail. They weaponize fucking hippopotami, excuse me.
I mean, you don't have to do much to do that.
I mean,
hippopotamus is a walking engine of destruction already.
I know, but then they put machine guns on the back of it. People ride giant iguanas.
I believe the correct response to that, Lucky, is the meme, Jesus Christ, how horrifying. Also, I don't want to interrupt too much, but I just got a blurb of weather on my computer. It is currently 43 degrees Fahrenheit in Florida with a frost warning.
43
Fucking cold. It sucks. It's not supposed to be this cold here.
Patrol
All right.
ahead. We need to
But
hide.
yeah, so there's a lot of weird animal stuff I'm hearing.
Oh, yeah. All right, so
Is there also weird mushroom stuff? Because, like, there's the poison mushrooms and stuff, but, like, is there, like,
Oh, yeah,
a
like-
whole ecology of weird mushroominess?
I don't know if it's necessarily a weird mushroominess, but one of the main character is a guy named Dr. Milo. He has a black eye over his face, so everyone calls him Panda. He's using the mushrooms to try and find a synthesized medicine for the rusting, which is super illegal because no one's supposed to have fucking mushrooms. But no, they just seem to be regular ass fucking mushrooms. Okay, I don't understand what this game wants me to do here. I really don't.
Please be careful and
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm-
I've seen you do it. I'm trying to think. So you're supposed to be undetected. If you go over a certain height above the floor, it sounds like you get detected anyway. But, like, is that patrol having, like, a conversation? Do you need to, like, listen to them and wait for them to fuck off? I don't know.
I don't know.
Like, these guys, you wait for them to pass.
Yeah, no, like, these first two ones are easy. Like,
Let's continue.
yeah, I'm actually just gonna start accelerating and shit because I need to get past this. Ah!
Well, did it say in the tutorial if you go too fast, is that a problem?
No.
Okay. It's just height and line of
and now
sight.
to the
Got it.
right.
Or proximity, I should say.
So now we
Proximity.
go to the right. And see, now, it says here, it says now I need to go up here.
Okay.
Is it, do I have to, do I literally stop right here?
Yeah, I would assume.
See,
it's
but
right
then it's
there.
like, you've been spotted. How? Through what?
Please
What
be
is happening
careful
here?
and lie low.
Those guys look like they're getting
Or find
closer.
I got this.
Do I need to go above it?
I don't know. That usually seems bad. I'm not sure.
Like, again,
Like I said, this game, it's got some specifics in it. The game developers want you to do very specific things. They do not always tell you what to do. And I feel like maybe we didn't have the time to quality assurance test all the possible ways to, like, make sure the players are informed of all the things they need to be doing.
Let's continue.
Sikanara, you must
see, I've done this so
break
many
ahead.
times now, I'm just like, fuck it, I don't need to worry about any of this shit. I just need to get to this next spot.
Okay.
Alright, do I need to go above
And now
it?
to the right.
Patrol ahead. We need to hide.
Well, the problem is we can't even see
Oh, they say
people.
inside that passageway. Okay.
Oh, so go in it and hide before they catch up to you, maybe?
Oh, they just fucking stopped. Okay, yeah, no, apparently that was it. I need to go
Ah.
inside it. So
So
I need
they,
to,
like...
You're
I mean, I
almost
think their sensor range was a little bullshit, where they, like, clearly couldn't see you yet when the game called it on you, but... Yeah, it seems like that was the idea, was like they have to pass under you. You gotta hide in the tube.
there. Well done. Now fly to the entrance
tube.
and sign in with my ID at the terminal.
Guys, don't do stealth mission base. It's dumb. I know you guys have watched some like Star Trek and stuff and seen some stealth in space. You know, space is an ocean, submarine movies in space. Stealth
It'll
in
probably
space.
take them
Space
a couple
works.
of minutes to notice our deceit.
To do stealth in space, you have to have access to shit like Mass Effect, where they can literally create a fucking gravity wedgie where they can put particles in
Why exactly did
and
they
still
detain
move the boat. Mass Effect
Well,
having a very
we've been
consistent
making
system
a plan
how,
to get away from here, and
how we
they-
approach all these
know everything?
methodology.
Detecting an access point to the network.
Hack it in.
Any other anime you want to talk about now that we are no longer distracted by space stealth?
Let's see. Did I watch anything else new? I have not. I've only watched one episode of it, but Akabe's Sailor Uniform. I don't know what I want to say about it, like writing wise, but it is fucking. Ah!
He's about
I don't know what that was.
any moment.
No, please hurry. I'll never see him again.
We'll catch up with you.
I'm upside down. You know, fuck it.
Think it's worth the trouble.
Anything that harms the Legion.
If it does.
It's very beautifully animated. It's very good.
Like his exact location?
We'll have to check each.
So I'm probably gonna try and get more about in on that, though I really don't have anything really to say about it. So far, it seems like a girl is starting her first day of high school, and she was really hyped about having a sailor uniform. Turns out that wasn't the actual uniform, though. So she's basically the only girl in like a historical sailor uniform while all the other girls are in blazers. And it's kind of making her an odd duck out, but it seems like it's going to be a lot of girl friendship and stuff.
No.
Cargo, none-marked husband. It's great. Let me see here. Let's try this one.
Just a bunch of tech equipment.
Sorry, guys, I'm trying to think. Shoulder a little stiff from sitting up so much. So, if that's that, I can talk about some stuff again.
No signs of life.
Onto the net.
Because I haven't really, haven't been on anime for a little bit. It's been a few months. Nothing really caught my... and honestly, I haven't been watching much of anything else because, like I said, I have been inundated with video games.
We got him.
Who are you? Please don't.
Axe, what is your obsession with doing things on foot?
Cassie.
It's a space game. You're in
I'll
the
never see you
spaceship.
again. Manu,
Everything is in space. Everything is huge, by the way. I don't know if you've seen the distance markers
We must leave.
for between Lucky's objectives, but some of these things are kilometers apart. You can't do that on foot.
I'm upside down.
There's no reason. He upside down.
I flee.
I just love that you just push the button to snap back and just boost the fuck out of here. Like it's a game about it's an open world, space fighter game. You do stuff in your space fighter. You're kind of
The Spirit class ship.
not really bonded at the hip to him, but there does seem to be a special
I just
relationship
realized that
between pilot
Forza
and
lights
machine.
up when he talks. The ship lights up. I didn't realize that.
Oh, you just caught that?
I just caught that. I'm usually flying very fast.
True. But yeah, no. The Force's little light lights up. Brr, 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 brr. Very. There's a lot of little detail in this game.
Oh, I love being in the Spirit class ships. I just like being in an arsenal, okay?
Yeah, they're pretty fun. They're a little... The control scheme is just so ever slightly different, and I don't think they happen frequently enough that, you don't have that moment of, wait, how the fuck do I do this again? But it's pretty good, because usually the objective isn't you're gonna get your ass kicked. It's like, hey, how much ass can you kick? Because you're covered in guns.
Eliminate Legion forces. Very well, then.
All right, Manu.
Okay.
Get going.
heading
DACA.
out towards the traffic lane.
Yeah, this is another subsystem we haven't shown on can assume direct control of battleships, Spirit class ships, which have slightly different control schemes and lots of guns.
Can I not actually move? Oh, I don't think I can. Interesting.
Or
Usually you can go places and do things, but yeah, no.
Yeah, you must be locked in the rails.
Oh yeah, I'm locked into rails. I can't move. I guess this is a turret sequence. Luckily, I have a lot of turrets.
Well, fuck.
This is what we like to call point defense.
And this is arguably still, in terms of combat ships in this game, a small ship, because I think several of the big circle carriers, you could technically park this thing inside one of their interior, base bases where you fly in, fucking spray shit up.
Whomst? Oh, there.
Fly around and branch run.
I think that's it. Back to you, Forza.
Yeah, apparently you don't actually leave the ship. You just transfer your consciousness.
There's a lot of transferring consciousness. I kind of assume, like we said, because there's no animation for, like, getting out of the ship, that, like, a lot of that is just so they don't have to make animations for things that don't matter.
Mm-hmm.
You do a lot of beaming your mind places. Listen, space isn't for everyone, guys. Space is a scary place. Reminds me, actually, one of the things I want to talk about was... YouTube recommendations, they're weird, but sometimes they get me with some stuff. And I got hit with a, like, 40-minute video that I watched, and you should check out, too, called Vulcan, the planet that doesn't exist. Now, you should still watch this because it's really interesting and it gets into all this stuff. Sorry, something exciting happened and I'm waiting for the gasp around.
We must end this.
They didn't make it.
The prophet falls, the Legion will too.
That happens a lot. Space is a scary place.
Well, no, I was trying to. This mission was I was trying to help get this this husband and wife to escape, but they worked for like the Circle or whoever is here, and they wanted out, but they knew too much. So they. But
by the way, this is another weird, interesting feature. There's like space highways and space rails for transporting cargo. They have speed gates. You can go if you go through them, you go faster.
Oh yeah, will it actually boost me? Yeah, like that. Just.
Yeah.
Whee!
So there are literal fixed routes in space that you can travel pretty fast. You will see other vehicles. Damn you fast. But so I watched this documentary called Vulcan, the planet that doesn't exist. And if you don't know this story, I'll tell it to you. It's pretty interesting. So, you guys, most of our audience being probably within, the 2 to 5 decades range, are probably pretty used to our modern model of the solar system, where there are 8 major planets and several dwarf planets. And, there was a great big hullabaloo about when Eris was discovered, the Kuiper Belt object Eris, that it would cause the International Astronomical Union to have to think about some stuff because Eris is actually bigger than Pluto. So there were some issues. That eventually led to the creation of the dwarf planet classification. That includes Ceres, Pluto, Eris, and a fuck ton of Kuiper Belt objects and shit, which all have great names. One of them is called Orcus, etc., etc. But this is actually not a new controversy. Until the discovery of Pluto, I believe, actually, in the figuring it out, people reckoned we actually had 8 or 10 planets because objects like Ceres and Vesta are visible from Earth through telescopes, through, like, normal-ass telescopes. Which is pretty interesting. Ceres is an interesting little dwarf planet. It's actually a dwarf planet. Vesta, I think, is still an asteroid. It's probably a fragment of whatever planetary junk the asteroid belt is made up out of. But we didn't obviously always predict these planets. I believe everything up to Saturn was visible with the old Mark I eyeball. And obviously, Galileo, very famously, when he invented the telescope, eyeballed Jupiter and discovered Jupiter's moons, the 4 Galilean moons, which are stonking big. Several of them are bigger than our moon, actually, which is always weird to think about. Jupiter. Everything's bigger on Jupiter. But this documentary starts by explaining how Neptune was discovered. Neptune, if you didn't know, was discovered via math.
Then let's have a chat.
Because Uranus was very recently discovered with telescopes. People figured it out, where it was there. But its orbit was weird. And based on Newtonian physics, a French mathematician, Leverrier, predicted that there must be another planet beyond Uranus. Joke's out now. They weren't thinking of it then. So beyond Uranus, there must be another object. And he told another guy, hey, look at your telescope here. You'll find a planet. Boom, Neptune. Which apparently Leverrier wanted to name after himself, but the astronomical community was like, no, we're not doing that shit. Neptune. So Leverrier was a mathematician. He turned his eyes to Mercury next because, according to Newtonian physics, Mercury's got some weird orbit shit. And one of Leverrier's theories, not his foremost theory, but one of his theories was that there was actually an intramercurial planet, a planet inside of Mercury's orbit that we just hadn't seen because it's hiding in the glare of the sun. And that was Vulcan. Hypothetically, that was Vulcan. And according to Math, he thought it might be there, but nobody was observing it. But then a guy saw some stuff, and they thought it was observed. And you want to hear the whole history, watch the video in 40 minutes. You'll enjoy it. It turns out Vulcan is not real. There is no planet Vulcan. Now, that said, the name is still set aside. The IAU has reserved that name for if we ever were to find a hypothetical planet, or more commonly, asteroids. We have not observed any what are called Vulcanoid asteroids, but they are predicted as possible. Eclipse Phase, for instance, runs with this. There are Vulcanoid asteroids in Eclipse Phase, and there's a gate there. Pandora Gate. So that's pretty interesting, but that's a hypothetical thing.
I find it interesting that they reserved it, though.
Yeah, because it was like very popular at the turn of the 20th century. Like there was like full blown like Vulcan mania. Like people were out looking for it and shit. So like it really stuck in the like scientific consensus, and they're just like, yeah, no, we're gonna hold on to this term. We don't want to reallocate it. We're pretty sure this planet's not real. We've got no reasonable evidence, but we may want to use this term for some shit related to that. We're not gonna confuse anybody.
Yes, as agreed.
Which is why the name of Pluto's moons are related to other stuff. It's
I wasn't worried. I knew I could trust you.
Charon was, I think, the
That's why
first one we
I
discovered,
told
and the next two were
Let's proceed.
Styx and I think Hydra.
Hold on. Who did you bring?
I don't know why they decided against Persephone. That might already be an asteroid. We've used up a lot of the cool names, guys.
No, Numra!
Eliminate all heretics.
Space naming, by the way, fucking wild. Like you guys should look up what the IAU has a lot of naming conventions which are crazy. Names for features on the moon of Saturn, Titan, are drawn from science fiction. So a lot of them are drawn from like Frank Herbert's Dune.
Really?
Like there's an Arrakis Plantia on Titan, the Arrakis Plane. Like there's a lot of cool shit. Like some of them are obvious. Like the features on Venus are all named for like beauty goddesses and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, I remember
famous
that
women. Yeah, because we did that whole event.
Area cleared.
But there's a lot of really interesting. Because guess what? There's a lot of fucking features in our solar system. There are the moons of like Saturn and Jupiter, and even like Uranus and Neptune have like so many of them, and they're really interesting. Uranus's moons, for instance, are named after characters from Shakespeare. It was started as supposed to be spirits of air. So they picked things like Oberon and Titania, but then it just kept. So there's like Ariel. I think there's a couple from the Tempest. There's a lot. It's really interesting. If you guys aren't familiar with this shit, it's so funny to see these things come up. I feel kind of bad for Ceres and Vesta because they got relegated to like minor objects in the asteroid belt, but whatever.
Thank you, Nara.
Ceres is still cool, and Vesta's really.
His choice to get involved with Cyrus.
But I watched this thing and I thought it was really neat, and it reminds me of a particular type of genre I like. I'm a big fan of. I know it's like. Basically, it's firmly in the science fantasy genre, but I'm a big fan of the classic planetary romance. I have a John Carter of Mars collection. That's the first 3 books.
Actually, Omega, can you explain to me what planetary romance is? I've heard you use the term several times, but
yeah, it's a genre that's kind of outdated. The idea of it's romance is in, by the way, like chivalric romance. It's focused adventure stories that are usually set on one or more planets, and the planets are a major feature. They are very highly detailed exploration of planets. Mm-hmm. Some of them might be like Earth in the far future. Some people consider Dying Earth, named after a series by an author I don't remember, like a subgenre. But this is like stuff like John Carter of Mars, Dying Earth type stuff. The idea, and even outside of our solar system, the focus is on these planetary bodies. Usually there's some kind of interplanetary travel, but it's usually like glossed over. Especially like back in the 1800s, this was just like magic shit. Magic. Like you just happen to be moved. And I, in particular, like a science fantasy leaning. A good example of this, though, is actually a modern example, and I think the only one really is Destiny, the Destiny series, because of the power of space magic, you know, as opposed to being a volcanic hellhole. Venus is a lush jungle planet. You know, Mars has trees that are red. There are several other places you can go and stuff. You can't really go to Mercury because the Vex ate it, but there's multiplayer maps there, I guess. But yeah, so I have always liked those kinds of stories, those like highly detailed alien world stories that are just a little bit. Another term for this genre, some people have said, is sword and planet as opposed to sword and sandal, right? So this is the concept that I've always thought is really interesting. I could go on a whole huge tangent because you guys know me. There's a reason why there's that quote about me for world builds loudly, because that's just a thing I do. But we have already been going for like 3.5 hours, and there's something else writing-wise I want to talk about. But if you guys ever want to hear me blab more about like science fantasy shit, let me know. I could do a whole sub-podcast about that. Because there's so many like weird, funky, and defunct sci-fi tropes. Like, literally, did you guys know science fiction about the outer planets like Jupiter itself and Saturn and Uranus and Neptune like took a huge dive bomb once people realized those were gas giants? People, like, for some reason in the collective, you know, consciousness, authors thought it was less interesting to write about these giant cloud balls, even though our outer system gas giants, fucking metal as hell. It's wild. The winds on like Jupiter and Uranus are so fast. You can fit like 3 Earths in the red spot, shit like that. It's crazy. And even though it's a gas giant, there is technically probably some solid matter in Jupiter. The core of Jupiter should be like a fucking ocean of metal hydrogen and shit. It's wild. Space is wild. I love space. But the thing I did want to mention is because I brought it up last week, and I did put a version of the logo in here. I had to hunt around for it. For this week's thumbnail, I had to do a lot of hunting. It took me a while to find a version of the chorus logo that wasn't black text on white, which doesn't really work for the way our thumbnails are cut out. You know, transparencies and stuff become the black. It looks like the black background when I cut it into MS Paint, so it just goes away. So it was a little weird to cut around.
But we didn't see the cult slayer.
Yeah, I'm a fast speaker. This is wild. You could do some space. And like I said, just watching this Vulcan thing reminded me, like, man, I love space. It just bounced around. Yes.
We must get to the tablet.
But yeah, I had to look for a couple different logos for the thumbnail. One of which is a Delta Green related logo. I believe it's for a companion app. But I finished my Delta Green adventure. I was slam jamming on that one pretty hard, and I worked on it heavily throughout the front of the week. I believe it was Tuesday. I think I wrapped up everything. It's pretty open. I haven't opened it lately, so probably not. The last edit was 18th, several days ago. Time frame, or not a time frame, our page count. 20 pages. Though that last page is a fake page. There's like, there's the hang. Wow, my grammar is fucked. We've been doing this for 3.5 hours. You can tell we're not great at speaking, but once we get a couple hours in, our ability to say words coherently goes way down. The last page is the, like, dangling tail of a bulleted list. So it's not real.
You...
Hold on, I have to watch the preview until something happens.
I am not a flyboy.
You hit the bottom of a space sign. A space sign that is a hologram and is not solid. Damn. I felt like they could have cut you some slack there.
That's why I was very upset.
Like, 90% of that sign ain't even real.
No, literally, like, I think this was the sign here. It's that metal bar, that's it.
Yeah, everything else is just a hologram.
I hit that.
You somehow clipped the 10 feet of real metal in there. Oops.
I am not a clever pilot.
But so, yeah, it's, 20-ish pages of Delta Green. It was a real fun to write because, like, I talked about this. I was listening to that one podcast about Delta Green, and I just got, a wild idea about, I could do something interesting with this creature or this concept. And then I just kind of ran with, like, running everything together and sticking it all into the context and, making it work. And, when I do like world building and background writing, like especially for real life shit, I have to do a lot of name generation. With Star Wars, at least, usually I just ram syllables together.
It works.
That's I'm pretty sure that's how a lot of the guys back in the day do it. Like sometimes names are symbolic, but most of them are just like, what sounds neat? Vorsh Dargnark. That's probably like a huge muscly alien who's got like a giant hammer and he wants to punch your face in. So you're gonna punch him first.
It does have a lot of hard sounds in it, yes.
When the boss titles, figure it out. So for like real life shit, I have to like make names that sound like actual humans. For the human characters, anyway. Mm-hmm. For the obscure shit, I can do all kinds of fun stuff. And obviously, with an investigation, you gotta like permeate everything with clues and locations. I also permeated with red herrings. Because I think that's a very easy thing to do in the setting of like Delta Green's context of like, because the Cthulhu mythos and like Lovecraftian cosmic horror is so broad, you can like pitch all kinds of shit, and nobody knows what the fuck anything is until it actually happens, right?
Right.
Who are you,
I am no one, Guardian.
So it'll be very interesting to see a team get together. I'll probably put out a call, but like it's ready to fire anytime. You guys wanna do some horror? You wanna investigate some shit? I'll go. I'm ready. I'll do it right now.
Let's not do it right now. You've already been speaking for 3 hours.
Yeah, we're 3.5 hours in. It's 10 o'clock at night. Let's not do it right now. But there's a lot of elements there.
Mm-hmm.
And I probably could have written it in less time. Like I said, it's only 20 pages. The word text isn't that dense. But as with me, when I get into these, God, I love research. Like, I do get in my research. I get in there. I look for connections and stuff. I don't like to one-to-one to like what other authors have done, but I like to like go on the H.P. Lovecraft wiki and see like, hey, has anybody done anything with this concept? Can I like take my own crack at that, or is this just a wide open book and I can just make some shit up? For this, I also dived into, because it's arguably separate but also very on point, I dived a little bit into cryptid lore, like looking for interesting cryptids. Obviously, in Washington State, the big one is the Bigfoot himself, the Sasquatch. That's a big thing as far as I can tell from like cryptids in Washington State. Everybody's like, Bigfoot.
Bigfoot's cool, but I'm still all about the fucking giant octopus that lives in the fucking Puget Sound.
Yeah, sadly this is not a fully aquatic adventure, so
Yeah.
I did not have any cues for that yet. I wonder if that would come up. There was an old, I don't know if I know it's referenced in the current version of the game. There was a side scenario for something called Black Cod Island, which was a Deep One colony on an island in the Puget Sound. It was also like an Indian reserve, so that's where they got their Deep One hybrids.
Mm.
The place of the void.
I wonder if any of that material could be brought back. Obviously, I'm not like, I've already said this. I don't think I have not hit the spark of inspiration for a Delta Green campaign. I have some like, because I've been thinking about it and I've been doing a lot of research, I have some other like loose ideas for other scenarios, but none of them have really like exploded in like the straight through line that this adventure is. And I can technically say the name because I'd have to title the APs. I don't think it's a spoiler. I called this The Shadow on the Wall.
I can hear the void.
That's very. I don't want to say Lovecraft.
That is just an H.P. Lovecraft short story. Yes.
Yeah, Lovecraftian was the right word I was thinking of. Then.
Yes. Having my complete H.P. Lovecraft on the shelf. Yes, that is how a lot of them are titled.
Also, talking about Lovecraftian shit, I know this is not angles, but just check out these fucking perfectly rectangles just floating in space doing absolutely fucking nothing.
Yeah, that's some Eldritch shit. That would absolutely have terrified H.P. Lovecraft deeply, and he was right about how unnatural those squares are. Well, yeah, we would already do I would do interconnected scenarios, like Lucky's already talked about, and Mark found his old character. They would probably bring their characters back.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys would probably already have a couple of stats on there. No. But advancement is a little slow. It's a little incremental.
Yeah, isn't advancing Delta Green is you go up a percentage when you fail a check or something?
Yeah, I think it's like once per scenario you can check a skill and then you go up one. You can spend some of your downtime actions to like get more skills, but usually you need your downtime to put your brain back together.
Mm-hmm. I do need my brain.
Or to repair your relationships with people so your brain didn't explode in the first place. It's a whole thing. It's a great game. I will be happy to run it on the channel and show some people, get some stuff out there. But like, I had a lot of really interesting ideas. I talked about this. Like, I pulled from all kinds of different sources. You guys will see the like very obvious like Alan Wake type influences, but also being quite different from that in other places. And you know, I'll get my references in. And I was thinking about this way back when I played Control. Like, obviously, I don't want to go, because Delta Green's not a full-blown pulp. I don't want to go too pulpy, but like, I've always found it interesting how Control managed to make you like really fucking strong. You know, like the service weapon is like, you know, this arcane artifact, and like also still you have no idea what the fuck you're doing, right?
Oh yeah.
So I would not mind like getting a little more into some of that things. Though obviously, if you guys find weird hypergeometry artifacts, you know, you probably have to hide them because those might be evident.
I think
if anybody's concerned about me running a Delta Green campaign where the player characters are agents of federal law enforcement, about like, gee, are we gonna make cops seem too cool? Oh no, that's not.
I mean, if I do have it on my character sheet that Kara has a magnetic glass orb that she just picked up and kept for some reason. Because Kara's one of those kind of girls. Is like, I have secrets.
Yeah, I think it was a relatively minor object you dug up out of a storage unit, and you were like, "That's cool. It's just magnetic, orby." And we did discuss this last time. You dug up. Your character actually has a decent unnatural score.
I don't know if I call it the damage veteran. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's only 11
small
though.
things.
Yeah.
Well, so the game has actually like discusses how percentiles work, and over 10% is enough that you understand the basic weight of the universe. Like your character would understand the concept of what I call unnatural intelligences, you know. But you might actually have heard from lore as great old ones, goos. Should use the goo abbreviation. It's funnier than. Mm-hmm. So like at 11. Your character actually is like, yeah, there's, you know, phenomenal cosmic powers that are beyond our ken out there. That's how that works. Don't worry about it. Or possibly worry about it a lot. And sub 10% is like, you vaguely understand the concept that the unnatural does exist and does stuff. Sometimes you know what it means. Well, there's a whole, no, there's no. I can tell you right now. Sadly, no. I did not come up with an excuse for a green box generator because there will still be some. There will be some elements of like scavenging through like other people's shit, but it will not be quite full blown green box level. But there is a green box generator online that I love. It's full of shit. I've actually submitted a couple items to it that I've had ideas for. That's a good way to like farm for potential plot hooks, but no, it's not. We're not full blown green boxing. Though I did have to come up with ideas for like you guys to come up with extra supplies, you know, because you got to think about the power curve and all that stuff. Delta Green is a fairly robust system, and it's a little simplified in its weaponry management most of the time. For the better, honestly. Like you don't need to go full gun porn, especially when, per the rules, a lot of these unnatural creatures are just immune to guns. You know, so no point in hyperfixating. But it does mean that I am aware of the damage curve of like, oh yeah, for like for instance, standard issue, you know, Kevlar, the kind of bulletproof vest that most law enforcement would probably have access to in some form in an emergency. That's 3 points of armor. You know, medium guns, like the kind of standard issue pistols you have, are 1d8 damage. So, you know, it's entirely possible a lot of the time for that level of easily accessible armor, God forbid, you know, more serious armor on unnatural creatures or armored enemies, you could just straight up, you know, whiff like half the time. So it's like, I gotta leave some ideas for if you guys are like, fuck it, we've discovered its weakness. We've cast the silver bullets to shoot the werewolf. We need a big fucking werewolf gun, though. So leave some things around, leave some clues. I had a lot of fun thinking about stuff. I talked about this in my research because it was kind of thematically appropriate. I talked about this at God of War, I believe. I found it kind of interesting that there's not a lot of Nordic tie-in to the Cthulhu mythos, like, because humans are, you know, humans. There's a shitload of people because H.P. Lovecraft himself was a huge sucker for Egypt. He was an Egypt nerd. So, like, there's a lot of Egyptian connects. You know, even Nyarlathotep's name and one of his major aliases, the Black Pharaoh, are, like, directly Egyptian taken. I think H.P. Lovecraft straight up wrote a short story about actual, honest-to-God Harry Houdini under the Sphinx. Unlike most of these stories, Houdini escapes, because of course he does. And there's a lot of Greco-Roman associations. Martha's talked about this. He actually played Cthulhu Invictus, which was the special setting book for Roman-era Cthulhu. Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure he and Ron sword fought at Dark Young.
Wow.
You know, like you do.
I mean, why not?
So, there's some of that stuff, but, like, despite the fact that I talked about this, some of the stuff in Norse mythology is quite eldritch. Yeah, we just have a boat made of fingernails. It carries doom on it. Yeah, there's a snake so large it encircles the entire world. Don't worry about it. Oh yeah, the whole world? We made all 9 realms out of the body of an ice giant. That's how huge he was.
We need to free more.
So, like, it's interesting to think about, like, how that hasn't really been cued in. So I actually, you know, I dug up a few because I kind of like some of the commentary of, like, the Jotuns and stuff like that. So I worked in some. It's fun. And I said I'm ready to go anytime. Not this weekend though. We're in the middle of a Star Wars. It's taking a little bit longer than I thought because that one was kind of short. But I also kind of expected it might take some time because it does have. It's been a little bit since we went combat heavy, so there's quite a few fights in this. Had some interesting times. Loth blew some guys the fuck up with a grenade.
I was slightly upset about this.
I mean, in retrospect, when he explained it as like, oh, well, I was definitely out of actions. I really couldn't switch my ammo. I was like, okay, I kind of understand why you went a little... Like, obviously, part of it is role-playing, but part of it was also like, well, I also didn't have enough action to, like, lowball my shot there. Because I got some good claps in. I think those were good combats. Had some fun stuff go back in.
Let's see how I'm going to do this one. Oh, wait, I wonder if I can just charge through.
Oh, but yeah, I think I let my...
Nope, I cannot charge through!
Hold on, I'm going to assume Lucky learns he can't charge... Yep. Okay, that's how we learn we can't charge through. Got it. I mean, I would normally say for those things just hammer storm, but if there's a lot
that's
of
what you're supposed to do, but I'm trying to fucking, I have to... They're paired?
Okay.
So I got hit
there's
2...
lightning clouds. Juice up a little and then, like...
Well, I know, but I still have to fire the fucking storm, and that means I have to travel the distance because the storm distance is not yonder infinite.
True, it is semi-shorter range. As we've discussed, the maps of this are very big and wide, you know, tens of kilometers and shit.
Let's see, I think it's this pairs.
Hundreds of... But no, what I was going to say was that if these guys want to actually do their mission job, which is to prevent the unnatural from leaking out to the wider public, because that would be bad. And not just in, like, oh, we got to protect the masses, you know, mass hysteria. Like, no, actually, more people knowing about unnatural and hypergeometry is literally worse because it means more people get into this fucked up shit.
Yeah. More people will try and, like, summon things from beyond their ken because they're dumb.
And it also is actually basically like a public health hazard. Like, experiencing the unnatural is bad for your sanity. Your max san is still reduced by your amounts of your unnatural points. This means that Lucky's character Kara can never be more sane than 89% currently. I wonder what your san is right now.
I can pull it up. Hang on here.
But to do that, these guys are probably going to have to, you know, do some things that are technically against the rules and illegal and cover some stuff up. And I'm not going to say you're going to have to, like, you know, shoot some guys dead in a quarry, but you guys could decide that's a clean solution to your problem.
Well, I don't know if this is topped off, but it says my sand points right now are 55.
What's your POW?
My POW is 14.
Okay, that is below your starting sand for sure.
Okay.
We might have to double-check some rules to see if there's anything you can regain pre-adventure. 55 is an okay number, but it is a little bit lower than you normally start with. Obviously, I believe you you went to like your first break point because you were a damaged veteran, but 14 times 5 is what? 70?
14 times 5? Yeah, 70.
Yeah, 7. I was like, I knew it's there's a 7 in there somewhere. Yeah, so I think that's 15 below? Yeah, it's 15 below. That might be a little low. We'd have to double check how much. Bookkeeping with characters.
Yeah, damage veteran. Things man was not meant to know. Gain 10% of the unnatural skill and add 20% to the occult. Reduce your sand by your POW. Gain 1 indefinite insanity caused by the unnatural. And set your breaking point to your new scan minus your POW.
Okay, so you lost 14 by default. So,
Yeah.
So you're doing okay, but you haven't recovered a lot.
No.
What probably happens is you lost quite a lot of sand in the adventures you've been on, and then got most of it back. Mostly. Because they still have the old suppressing the unnatural rule. You get your best sand back by killing unnatural things and destroying unnatural tomes. But obviously, some unnatural things cannot be destroyed. But yeah, I spent a lot of time working, researching, writing that. I had some fun. It was fun to write, and hopefully it will be fun. Hell.
I can fire Storm while in Star Mode? I didn't know that. Okay.
Well.
Okay, so I just have to do drive-bys.
Become speed.
Oh, that was the wrong pair, though. Okay. Okay.
Swerve through cloud to get.
I wish they would explain that to me. That's all like.
Yeah, the tutorials in this are very brief. Is there a menu where you can recheck tutorials?
Let's see.
In the menu
here.
somewhere?
Setting, motor, settings, accessibility.
In your, maybe in your pause menu.
Ships, rights, mastery. No?
No, probably not. That's a terrible shame because the tutorials are literally time limited. They have a little bar that fills up, and when they go away, they're gone.
Yeah, but now that I know this makes these a lot easier, actually.
Welcome to Chorus, guys. Once you figure out their one neat trick, you're probably okay. But until then, you're going to do a lot of, like, what the fuck am I doing?
That was the last one.
But yeah, for Delta Green, like I said, I have some other, like, loose ideas rattling around. I don't know why. I keep coming back to wanting to do a werewolf story in Delta Green. Actually make you fight wolves, but I don't know how exactly yet. And some other weird shit, but, like, nothing solidified into, like Shadow on the Wall, like I said, like, really crystallized into, like, very specific scene ideas and problems, and I just, ran with it.
I must join in the song now.
It's almost FGO reset. 42 degrees out. Cloudy. It's dark, and I'm wearing sunglasses.
A wand.
But that's all my stuff on my list. I have a super long list, but I was able to yell about some of those things for a very long time.
Yeah. We got a good show.
Yeah. Lucky. Anything you want to yell about?
Not particularly, I want to say. Like, I actually was able to talk about anime for once. I talked about Horizon. Actually, got my thoughts on that. Same with Chorus.
And, blocked in 4 hours of Chorus for the people.
Yeah, no, I'm probably going to stop playing after this. I've yelled a lot, guys.
You've gotten your space for today. It's time to go home.
It's time to go home. It's time to get out of this shit. Ah! I went through that.
Yeah, no, Chorus causes that reaction a lot.
So...
Also, that was really... I could have sworn that was a solid object exploded on, not, like, 10 minutes ago.
But let me think here. Gotcha, I got nothing really to talk about. Last Origin continues to occupy my time a lot. I keep thinking, like, I should just... Because they do have the Korean censor version. I'm like, I have that on my tablet, though. Because that's how you spend money on the game. Yes, I spent money on Last Origin. I actually enjoy this game enough that I'm like, nah, money's fine. I keep hoping every day for that global version to get announced, though. I'm gonna play the shit out of it. Because I'll be forearmed with knowledge. You see, now that I've actually am playing a game that I can't actually understand, I can kind of see why some people will do it, because sometimes it is just fun. But I can't, like, I know the fact that if they come out with a global version, I'm just going to drop the fucking Korean version and just focus on the global. I can't understand people.
Just jump ship.
I'll just jump ship. So I still can't understand people who have multiple accounts of the same game. I'm just like, why?
Well, there's always that sunk cost fallacy.
Yeah. I mean, I spent like $100 on this game, and I'm just like, well, that was $100 of pre-knowledge. And me fucking up, because I made some mistakes. Do I know what I'm doing? No. But no, so I'm gonna keep hoping for that Last Origin global, and I'm gonna hope they're gonna have some way to give the uncensored.
At the very least, somebody on the internet will probably figure out how to match up the assets. You know.
Mm-hmm. There's story stuff happening here, but I don't even care. Let's see here. Azure Lanes gets a gearing up for something. Blue Archive just celebrated their 1-year anniversary, and so they're coming out with cool stuff. Let's see here. Nier is going fine. Destiny Child is doing things.
He accepted. Interesting.
Let's see, an FGO is FGO.
Wisdom.
Last Origin is doing their 3-year anniversary, which is wild to think about. This game's been out for 3 years.
Let's meet. It's been too long.
If you guys want to hear about it,
On my way.
check out show. It was only like 2 hours this week.
It was quite short, considering. But let's see here. Like I said, we're gearing up for Plague Tale Monday, so that'll be the next stream for us. I did check I did mention this before. I checked the playtime. It should be about, they say it's about 10.5 hours. I'm gonna try and cut that to maybe around 9.
Yeah, two sessions worth.
2 sessions worth, because I usually like to get started a little bit early at Omega, and I can usually go a little bit longer than Omega. So.
And obviously, like I said, I don't care about that because I don't have to set up and do the stream. I just show up.
You just shows up.
And like I said, while I will probably have to break out and do a little bit of it on my own, I will probably still like randomly throughout the do some more Master Duel streams just because it's pretty hype right now. People seem to like it. I can grab some of the randos. Maybe we can play some. Well. Though I do want to bring back, if I can ever get these guys to like be all awake and up and at 'em on a Tuesday, I'd love to get back to Fail Portrayal. Be popular. We got lots of guys playing at Yu-Gi-Oh cards, but haven't had the oomph. Get him. I'll get him.
And then, yeah, I think that's it. Take us out, Omega.
All right. With nothing more to talk about for now, because we could always make up more stuff to talk about, but we've been doing this for 4 hours. We can all pack up and go home, kids. It's almost 11 o'clock at night, and my neck is a little stiff, so I'm gonna work that out, stretch it out. Remember to get up and stretch, everybody.
It's important.
But let's do the outro. Be sure to like this video if you liked it. Smash that like button, as they say. I see 13 concurrent viewers, which is well below our peak. I think we had like 17 people in here earlier.
Mm-hmm.
We only have 4 likes. Shame. 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 And if I was really cool at audio, I would like clip myself on the fly and just loop that subtly in the background, but that's way too much work. I will continue to shame. But remember to smash that like button. Feed that algorithm. Be cool to us. My regular news source, Philip DeFranco, often threatens to punch people in the throat if they don't press the like button, and that seems to work, so, you know, watch the fuck out. Lucky will get you.
Rawr.
If you are new here and haven't already, please subscribe to the channel for more. Get more streams, get more videos, get more stuff. Subscribe. Videos show up right in your sub box. You don't even have to search for them. It's right there.
Every time I do this move, that shooting star meme just plays in my head. So I just go nee 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 nee, just every time. I can't stop. Help.
Maybe it will help if you subscribe to our YouTube channel.
It might.
If you have any comments, you can leave them in the comment section down below as well. You can also join our Discord. Link is, as always, in the video description and on our channel page. Join the Discord. It's cool. I see you can still deflect off some objects in shooting star mode.
Mm-hmm.
as you can see in our live chat now, you can also consider joining our channel membership. Gives access to membership badges and emotes like those. You can put them in live chats and comments. It's cool. Special shout-outs. You haven't had any, I don't think we've had anybody take us up on the offer to actually join the channel membership on stream lately. So we can't get our funny message out. But stuff happens also if you do that. It's cool.
It's sick.
Make sure to follow us on Twitter at StudiOmega YT. That's 2 O's because Twitter. Picking internet handles with your branding is hard sometimes, guys. But check it out. I make sure to retweet all videos and streams, all videos, when they go out. And also sometimes we post the memes, we repost news. Lucky tweets about mailbag and stuff there. Sometimes we do polls. It's cool. You can follow us on social.
Yeah, I forgot about polls this week. I meant to do one, then I forgot. Then I missed.
Maybe next week. And of course, we say at the front of the show, consider supporting us on Patreon. You can get access to the audio version of this video, as weird as that sounds, for only $1 a month or $10 a year. At higher levels, you can get access to videos like Progression Tournament early, get access to topic polls, exclusive topic polls, special stuff. Listen to us record Let's Talk FGO and other things live, and get on-air shoutouts. It is really cool. I do not believe you can gift YouTube memberships yet. They should probably get on that, YouTube. You can do that on Twitch. That'd be pretty funny. Some lunatic could just, like, you know, drop $10 and give, like, 5 people randomly in chat memberships. That'd be baller. YouTube, get on that. But with that sentiment, we have said all we have to say. Shilled all we have to shill today. We will see you guys next week for more What's Up with Omega and Lucky. We will see you guys next week as well for more Let's Talk FGO. Be sure to tune into that if you haven't already. And make sure to tune in Monday for A Plague's Tale with Lucky. That's everything. Ciao, everybody. Space.
Have a good space.
Space!